Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. And I call the order of this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading this today with the invocation this morning will Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Church. Come on up, Dave.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to lead in prayer. I do want to say, I want to compliment you on your leadership and foresight with the weather in El Dorado County so far. If you continue doing that, you will get reelected. So just keep going that way. So if you'd pray with me this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day that you've given us and the people that we have around us to live it and to play in the place we get to live it in. And there are so many extraordinary blessings that surround us constantly, and I pray that you would help us to have the eyes to see them. And Heavenly Father, I pray for our leaders in this room and around the county that they would embrace and further the values of El Dorado County of integrity and collaboration, of excellence and stewardship and thriving workforce and fiscal responsibility. And Lord, in their deliberations and decision-making, give them discernment to live out these values with intentionality. And I pray you'd continue to bless our county with a great quality of life and a sense of community that honors our past and our future. That's a hard job, and I'm grateful for the commitment and dedication by those that you've placed into leadership in this room and around the county. And we do pray for the safety and effectiveness of our law enforcement community today. We're blessed, but there are still those who would threaten our safety and our well-being intentionally and unintentionally. I pray that you would protect those who protect us and help them to stay ahead of the evil that would threaten us, creating a line of righteousness that holds back the forces of evil. And Heavenly Father, we pray particularly for our fire crews and those who are protecting our county and protecting us from the fires. And Lord, we do thank you for the weather that we've had. We thank you for the grace of that, and we pray that that would continue. Thank you for the women and men in our armed forces who are serving us around the world where there's an increasing danger and threat. I pray that you would guard and protect them as well as they guard our freedoms. And Lord, guard and protect their families who are waiting and longing for their return safely. And Heavenly Father, we pray for the most vulnerable in our community, the old, the young, those with mental illness and physical illness that undermines their ability to cope. Give our leaders wisdom and courage and compassion to serve and protect them as well in their decision making. Thank you again for the blessings of El Dorado County and the people of our community. As we continue to be blessed, help us to be a blessing to one another, to our state, our nation, and our world. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Supervisor,
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
welcome El Dorado County to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And I thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. At this time, I reserve any comments and corrections on the agenda. Bring it back to the board. Anything?
No, sir.
Yeah, I have a question for county council, I think. On item 19, I apologize, I tried to get a hold of staff on Mondays and my Monday got away from me yesterday. On number 19, we're basically streamlining EIR agreements, which I don't have a problem with, but I'd like to request that we get like a annual or semi-annual report on that. Do I have to pull that to request that?
Well, that's on consent, correct?
Right, so I want to know if I have to pull it or not.
Yeah, but we haven't got to consent yet.
I know, we're not agreeing on how we're doing the calendar, so
Okay.
I'm just asking the question right now,
Okay.
because do I, if I want to ask that we add direction for an annual or semi-annual report, do I have to pull it?
I think when we get to the adoption of the consent calendar, then yes, I think you would want to pull that to add that direction.
Okay, just letting everybody know I'm gonna pull it, so in case you were thinking the same thing.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have anything for the agenda? Laura? Nothing? All right, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. At this time is reserved for any comments on the consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. So I'll start with you.
I have no comments.
No comment? Brooke?
Yeah, I have a comment on 18.
Okay.
Like me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support item number 18, which is the purchase of 2 new graders using the Measure S transient occupancy tax funds that the basin approved back in 2022. And we started collecting 4% in addition to the 10% that comes to the county. And the reason behind those funds is meant to be, these are funds that are in addition to what the county would normally invest up in the basin annually. There's been a lot of purchase of equipment with the Measure S funds. It's mostly been a purchase of equipment, with the exception of Pioneer Trail, that was pretty much an emergency situation back in 2023. So I'm happy to see us getting this new equipment, but the community desperately wants road maintenance, and that's the other leg of the use of these funds. So I'm hoping that we start seeing some improvements in our residential neighborhoods as a result of these funds as well. Thank you, sir.
All right, welcome. District 3,
No changes, sir.
District 4?
Just a comment, well, I'm gonna pull item 19 then.
Okay.
And then, a comment on item 20. I really just want to, thank the DA and his team, everybody he's been working with. The report, was really concerning about the amount of fraud and scams that are going on. And I know this is an increasing trend, I think, nationwide, but seeing it in writing and all the work that our county is putting towards protecting our residents from being preyed upon. And when you read that report, a lot of the folks are older, which is very concerning. So I just wanted to shout out and recognize all their hard work on that.
All right, and I have no changes. All right, Kim, we'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So there's anybody in the boardroom who'd like to speak on consent? Come on up.
I get to speak first. How about that? Good morning. My name is Todd Sprague. I'm a pilot and aircraft owner at the airport for 20 years. My wife bought the hangar as an investment as she saw all the values going up over several years. First, I'd like to thank you all for the changes that are happening today to the motor vehicle insurance requirements to more reasonable limits. However, I'd like to make some comments about the requirement existing at all. In California, we have a state motor vehicle code that requires licensed vehicles to be insured at lower limits than you're requiring. I'd point out that most of the tenants at the airport would have a lot to lose if they did not have appropriate insurance limits. House, cars, airplane hangar, whatever, they can lose all that if they have inappropriate limits. And they're also breaking state law, which is an unlikely thing for most of these pilots to do who have to follow regulations to fly their airplanes. The county pays somebody to chase us every 6 months to get proof of this insurance. And I would say that's a waste of money and time for everybody. They're required to have it by state law. County has other property where people drive their vehicles and, for instance, the parking lot right out front. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I doubt anybody has to prove insurance to use that parking lot. Additionally, there are users of the airport that get on there without having to prove insurance. For instance, UPS makes deliveries on the airport, and I'm sure you've not required them to prove insurance. What this comes down to is economic discrimination against the tenants of the airport who have to pay for higher limit policies and prove it to you in a place where they're required to have it anyway. And if they're smart, they have higher enough limits to cover all their assets. So I would propose that removing section I-1C of the airport policies that are under discussion in agenda item 5, it makes more sense to delete it than to revise it. And lastly, I'd like to say that the pilots really want the right things to happen at the airport. The tenants really want the right things to happen at the airport. And I'd like to suggest that we have maybe an informal meeting with as many supervisors as would like to attend, so we can discuss how the policies affect the tenants, the pilots, and the improvements at the airport, which I think some of the policies are going to restrict improvements at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on consent? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants, not taking public comment from iPhone.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say I support the pilot who just spoke, and I think the requirement for the insurance is it's excessive. And I agree with him when we say, oh, other places you don't have to show proof of that on county property. So I think it's discriminatory to the airport hangar people and the pilots. So anyways, and then the main thing I was calling about is I'd like to see the Perks Court item polled for discussion so that we can find out exactly what's going on with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Not taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first, I would request to pull agenda item number 3, the one about Perks Court. It's not a lot of information there. I would question if, in fact, the CAO has enough information and history and experience with real estate documents. Those that don't know, there's been quite an ordeal going on about real estate documents in El Dorado Hills, particularly around the CSD and the properties they've purchased. So I have concerns with that. And I also thought that Perks Court was found to have had some hazardous type items. So in general, I think it's concerning anytime we want to sell property to the state, because the state clearly doesn't have any concerns about our local community. In addition, I would suggest also pulling item number 5. Last week, there was a big showing from people at the airport, and there's been public comment today. I think there's not enough engagement with the public and the people impacted. So I think it would be great for you guys to give them an opportunity to be able to speak up and provide their recommendations before just approving. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Not taking public comment from Sue.
Hi. Oh, hi. I sent you an email around 8:30, so you may not have seen it, but basically it's about number 3. And I would ask that you would pull that and explain to us why you are selling property to the state. That's very concerning because the state's such a miss. They don't care about our local jurisdiction, and they're kind of stomping all over counties, communities, and we don't want to become the next Los Angeles, where they focus on just taking advantage of us. So the other part of that is the Missouri Flat interchange that was built last was only the first part of a 2-phase project. And if you look at the email that I sent you, the project boundaries include Perks Court for the phase 2 of that project. So and if you're doing this to as an exchange for the property at the fairgrounds, I would hope that rather you would just tell the state that they can't develop near our fairgrounds because of all the reasons that I sent you. But But again, I would ask that you would pull this off and at least explain, because it's on the agenda here, but it's also on closed session to, I guess, go into negotiations with them. So I think there's nothing in the text that gives the public any information about why we were doing this. And the other thing is, I don't agree that you not allowing the public to speak on the agenda decision, because we've done this before where we were counseled by an attorney that anything on the agenda, the public has the right to speak to. And we actually had to do a cease and desist on the board because of them doing something very similar. So I would reconsider that. It just seems kind of silly that you've done it this way. And I think that's mainly my concerns on consent. Please let us know why you're giving this to the state and pull it and let the public have discussion whether that's a good idea or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 390. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Well, testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you. Now we cannot hear you.
What's going on here? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perks Court, item number 3, deserves a explanation, as was pointed out earlier. And item 5, the airport. If there's people present, I imagine that it would be a good idea to air some of that in a public hearing. Otherwise, have a great day.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Is it Chris Payne or Kelly Nullivine?
Is it Chris Payne?
Yeah, Chris, go ahead and talk.
I just heard Kelly.
It's you, Chris.
Okay. I also am interested in item 3, as we've talked about before. This item about Perks Court, not this specific item, but discussions about Perks Court has been at your Board of Supervisors many times. I recall the Navigation Center discussion. I recall other issues related to the Perks Court property, related to accessibility of getting in and getting out, is a public safety issue. As you're aware, when I was working for the Department of Transportation a couple of decades ago, I was there stationed at Perks Court and spent pretty much a year and a half to 2 years there. And so I know the property quite well. I know this residual property that was remainder of the properties that we purchased for the interchange at Missouri Flat. There needs to be more discussion about what the intent is. I agree with the other speakers that there's not much information, but this, because it is on closed session, I see no reason why this shouldn't be pulled. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Okay, now it's me, Kelly Nullivia, El Dorado Hills. I will not be redundant. I too am very concerned with item number 3. When it comes to the state, we cannot trust any agenda or actions. if people go back, as Chris mentioned, to when that was being considered for the navigation center, one of the biggest concerns was the new and upcoming vibrant retail centers, single family homes, a school. Do you really want to entrust the state to do what they would with that property? I know I would not like to give them that authority, nor do I think they should have that authority. Um, Echoing, if citizens take the time to come to you concerned, airport number 5, I don't have an airplane. But I do think the respect of conversation is certainly warranted. Lastly, on item 25, I completely understand we have an interim CAO. Definitely need to have that done. I just hope, again, like I said last week, that it doesn't prevent you from really reaching out, searching. We need a mad dog CAO. We need somebody who's going to help us in strength, fight the state, balance our budget, look into concerns that need to be looked into, and most of all, be okay saying no to some of y'all when it needs to be said no, which I really think what was lacking in our past CAO is she was a very yes person and didn't seem to have her own voice. So I really hope that this isn't the end of the search. It's just interim, and that we will, if she's the best person and the public has the opportunity, I would love to have the opportunity for the public also to be part, because really she's working for us, not you. And that's it. Look forward to a good meeting. Thank you.
Keep going.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I just, any comments from the board or anything like this? Okay, Laura, you have any comments? I'm just gonna say one thing about the auto insurance. The reason why the increase is because somebody took a 40 Ford and tried to see if it could fly and ended up over and past the runway. This is one of the reasons why we have the high insurance costs. This should have never even happened. So anyway, that's all I'm gonna say for right now, so. All right, so what's the will of the board?
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Pull item 19 for discussion.
I'll move approval.
Okay,
Second.
all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the item that you pulled, Lori.
Okay.
Item 19 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the use of a funding agreement template approved by County Council for the collection of deposit from applicants processing development projects requiring an environmental impact report, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the Director of Planning and Building Department to execute these funding agreements when a form substantially similar for the collection of the deposit for the project applicants, including any amendments thereto, and administer the deposit accounts, including tracking and refunding any remaining balances.
Okay.
So the reason that I was asking for this is because, great, we have a template now for the funding agreements. That's good.
Mhm.
But by approving this, and in item number 2, it specifically says that we're authorizing the director to execute these without coming to the board. And the past practice has always been these come to the board so that we know what's going on. And so I'm not opposed to streamlining it, but I do think that either when one of these is signed or on a quarterly, semi-annual, whatever basis, that we get a report of that. I think that's good for the public and the board just to know. So that's why I'm asking for that. And I didn't know if CAO, you had thoughts on it, or when, I don't think these are done very often, which is even a little more concerning that we're giving that up and the authority. So I don't know if the other board members had an idea of how often a report would be helpful to us, or just a memo when one's executed so we know.
Okay.
Anyone have any thoughts?
Any comments?
Hear from staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tara Stout from the CAO's office. The reason why this is coming to the board is back, I believe it was last month, that they brought their funding or their fees to be updated, and they added a fee to have an EIR funding agreement to come, and they would have to sign that. Before, they weren't doing that unless it was over a particular threshold. So there will be more of these agreements that will be signed going forward. So there hasn't been very many in the past, but there could be more in the future. So other resolutions where there's been delegated authority to the director, they do bring back reports on an annual basis.
Okay, there it is.
So we can add that into the resolution.
I think
and
that'd be
have them bring it back
helpful.
on an annual
If that's
basis.
consistent what we do with others, that'd be great. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So bring it back to the board.
We have to get public.
Oh,
comment.
public comment.
Yeah.
Let's open it up to public comment. Sorry about that.
We are
Anybody
now
in the
taking-
boardroom would like to speak on that item?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right. Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I don't know why you would change the way this is done. It seems like there's more and more things that you're putting behind doors away from the public's view. And this is just another one of relegating your authority to somebody else. And I don't understand. And it makes me, it's kind of like number 3. It's like you're a club to yourself and you forgot you have a public out here that's hoping that you're good stewards, but we don't know because you're hiding everything behind the green door. I don't see why this is necessary. If there's going to be a lot more of these, maybe we need to know that a lot more of those are happening because we're not getting a lot of information from other sources. So I would ask that you deny this and continue with the normal process. Thank you. That's it.
Right.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Now I'll bring it back to the board.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we approve this item with the additional direction to staff to give us an annual report.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, let's move to our 9 o'clock time allocation. Item 26, EMD Waste Connections presentation.
Item 26 comes from Environmental Management Department recommending the board receive a presentation from Waste Connections of California, doing business as El Dorado Disposal Service, outlining current and projected cost challenges related to solid waste management services, as well as proposed options for reducing costs to ratepayers.
This thing adjusts. Does.
Yeah, you
Good
can
morning.
raise that table. There's a button on right there. Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Oh, sweet.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, right.
It's for
Thank
tall
you.
people.
Good morning. Thank you for your guys' time this morning. I want to start by just introducing myself for you guys familiar, but for the public who don't know me, my name is Christopher Brown, District Manager with El Dorado Disposal. Presenting with me today will be Dave Brown, who's our regional engineer, who oversaw and worked closely on the MRF reconstruction project, which I know is the main topic of today. So to kick things off, today, I just wanted to start with just a high-level overview of what we do and what we offer at the transfer station. So from a facilities standpoint, we operate the only transfer station and recycling center on the western slope of El Dorado County. The facility is open 7 days a week, 363 days a year. There's a host of different materials that we process and, more importantly, transport out of that facility. They're all listed here, but municipal solid waste, which is trash, mixed organics, commingled recycle, electronic waste, household hazardous waste, tires, carpet, all of them listed there. I won't go through all of them, but a series of different materials and really everything you can imagine. In theory, we can take and process at our facility. Additionally, of those materials, there's a number of them here that we take for free to the constituent or to the customer that comes into the facility. So electronic waste, textiles, which is clothes, shoes, garments, things of that nature, mattresses, batteries, household hazardous waste, cardboard, a lot of different materials that we take for free as well. There's two important factors I think that people need to understand. Our facility is really intended to be a one-stop shop, different than other facilities. So you can come and you can bring all of these materials to one location when you come to our facility. Everything can be done in one place. Secondly, the ability for us to take various items for free, it helps reduce the cost to the customer. You can bring in a truckload of stuff and potentially you're only paying for 25% of it, which is your trash. And there's a host of items that you're bringing in that we take for free. Also, equally as important to that is all of these items we take for free are therefore not landfilled. They're able to be processed and recycled and removed from the landfill. I wanted to share some data and statistics to kind of bring things into perspective. Over the course of a year, almost 12,000 customers utilize the household hazardous waste drop-off that we have at the transfer station in Murph. 6,300 customers disposed of mattresses for free. Over 20,000 customers dispose of electronic waste. Again, you got to think this material is therefore not being disposed of illegal or incorrectly, and we're able to recycle this material. Total of 48,000 transactions came through that facility, all for free materials. The average cost for a paying customer, $43.90. The minimum charge for a customer up to a half yard of material is $22.15. Of course, it's important to understand how this impacts the ratepayers. So on the right-hand side over here, I've displayed specifically the MRF component of what those rate adjustments would look like. The minimum charge at the gatehouse or when you come to our facility would increase 61 cents for that MRF component. The average customer would see $1.20 increase at our facility specific for that component as well. How does this impact the curbside customer? I've listed out 3 different areas here that kind of demonstrate what that would look like for the customer. Again, this is specific for this MRF cost component. So for a 35-gallon customer in area A, $1.07 of the increase would be for the MRF component of that. In area B and area C, 92 cents related to the MRF cost and being able to reconstruct the facility. I'll turn it over to Dave, who's going to walk you guys through kind of start to finish how the facility, where we started and where we are now.
Good morning. My name is Dave Brown. I'm an engineer with Waste Connections. Been doing engineering projects in the El Dorado County since '99. I've been working on this site since 2017, so there's quite a history. Ironically, the last time I was here on this project was in 2018 in front of the board talking about the use permit when we were talking about how it's going to look and what it's going to look like. And it's a little different coming in at the end of a project to say, here's how it actually got built. So this is it's kind of a fun, unique thing for me to talk about something that actually got done. The way we got started on this was really back so the county has a solid waste management plan. And part of that is to talk about how waste disposal occurs in the county. And they administer that through franchise agreements. There's 3 different ones in the county. The one that we really are a part of is the Western Slope. So in 2014, part of the franchise agreement had specific language in there, one of which was to improve and expand the existing transfer station. The existing one was too small for really current and future uses. And there were some things about it that, when you start looking at, okay, we need a bigger facility, need something for the future. What else do we need? And that's where written into that franchise agreement, there were some specifics on let's get a new building. Let's start to separate residential from commercial so you don't have that cross traffic. There was an intent to have a drive-through for the actual large on-the-road trucks that get loaded and take it out to a final facility. There was concern in the old MRF on MRF is material recovery facility. That's what I commonly relate to as where folks used to drop off before. Now we really just call the whole site the transfer facility. So I apologize for the acronym. But before, customers used to pull up to an area that had a drop off, and that has some safety concerns. So one of the elements of this design was to eliminate that vertical element. We want to have folks just tip directly to a floor. And then they also wanted the ability to get more residential folks through faster. There was an issue before with stacking. What I mean by that is this is all the cars that pull up, wait at the scale. And when you start getting busy days, some of these will start to stack all the way up Truck Street onto Bradley, and in some cases went all the way out onto 49. And that's a concern. You don't want public out there. So one of the elements of this project was to look at how to eliminate that stacking, which means more lanes to process customers through, and to shift that scale to more internal to the site. So the specific last bullet that you see on the screen is trying to use both sides of our transfer station so we can, on weekends specifically, to accommodate residential. We don't run route trucks on the weekends, so we can actually open up both sides and have that many more doors open for folks. So the franchise agreement, one of the provisions in there was, hey, go get this built. And in between 2014 and 2018, we had a couple things change. And I'm going to talk about those here in a minute. But there was a part of our 2018 amendment where it said, hey, we want to have the ability to have, so we know the project's going to go over $12 million. Let's have a cost recovery method on how to address that. And the mechanism of that was for us to show the county the accounting on it. The county then has a third party review it, assess it, and then we would have to come back to the board for consideration for any rate increase. That was done back in, I could be wrong on the date, 2020. It's been done once before this meeting to have that cost recovery. And this meeting is really to look at the final now, build out those numbers and how that relates to that rate increase that Chris was showing a minute ago. So between 2014 to 2024, and the reason 2024 is important is in the franchise agreement, we had a contractual date with the county to have this completed by the end of October in 24, to have the whole transfer station completed and done. Really cool thing is that was met. That was done. That's a huge milestone considering some of the things I'm going to talk about. So between that time frame, there was in some of what I'm talking about is to help educate the public and the board, because I think it's easy to forget things that happened 7-8 years ago. The existing MRF that used to be out there was unable to structurally retrofit. It was an older building. I'll show a picture of it here in a minute. It was cheaper to build a whole new building than to try and replace it and still have all these congestion issues and some of the cross traffic that I talked about. We looked at how to change the existing circulation, separate that public from the commercial. And then a big nugget was thrown our way. This site was on a former lime plant. So there's residual lime waste really throughout the property. It extends from this site north of us and through part of the Parkway project that you guys have seen on in other meetings. So we had talked to the water board, and the reason that's important is there's migration of groundwater through lime waste that then impacts beneficial, biological resources such as surface waters and groundwaters. So the way to address that or remediate that is to physically extract that lime waste out of there to the most that you can, and then there's a part of it that you can blend in to get it to acceptable pH levels. But this was a big project. This was not a small endeavor. This was 30 feet deep across an entire, across most of the site. It gets into be a logistical issue when we have to keep a facility operational. So you have a facility that needs to stay operational, dig a big hole, displace people, try and figure out how to navigate them through there and still in work in stages that I'll also show here in a minute. But needless to say, the lime waste was interesting. There was a remedial action plan on that was brought before a public hearing in March of 2019. And between May 19 to November 19, all that lime waste remediation was completed. December of 19 is when COVID hit. We'll talk about that here in a minute on timelines. We did look at some cost saving mechanisms with the transfer station. How can we get the same result with maybe a different product? The expansion had we used to have a metal building baler. We looked at how to do that with a canvas clear span type fabric building to save some dollars and get that built. We also looked at how to accommodate some of these displaced operational components of the site while the lime waste was being removed. One of those is our construction and demolition debris operation, which we refer to as C&D. For folks that remember, we used to have a big blue sort line out there, basically to the north of the old MRF. That got relocated down to Wetzeloviet, down El Dorado Hills, and that was also part of the use permitting back in 2018. Two other things that we had to look at as a temporary measure was our household hazardous waste collection. The existing MRF housed our admin, all the material drop off, HHW. So when you eventually have to demo that, you have to have a place for that to go. So we did have a temporary HHW during construction that wasn't foreseen in cost back in 14 to 18. And then we also looked at how to add a separate scale, how to get people out of the area. We ended up leasing the property north of us so we could put in a temporary scale for a year while half of the site was being constructed. Because you're out there on a postage stamp, and it gets very creative on how to figure out how to get things done with time constraints and still have a quality project at the end. So what we have out there right now, and I'm going to talk about kind of the components, because I'm going to walk through what some of these areas are and how they relate. So what you're seeing on your screen, and this was really, so the site was done really in phases. So the way to, so if you can, I'm going to fast forward one slide and then come right back. So here's what the MRF was back in 14. So for those familiar with it, you would drive in the scale, the material recovery facility is the upper left. And that whole half a section that's the upper right is where we did our first phase of lime remediation. So what you're seeing on the picture right now in the back right is the C&D operation I was talking about. And otherwise, all the MRF operations happen on the left. I'm gonna go back. So as that relates to this picture, the MRF is basically the south half of this plan view. The area where we did what I'll call phase one of lime remediation is the whole north half of this plan view, plus a little dog leg to that lower left orange building, which is the Baylor building. So we did 5 kind of phases of construction for this project. The first phase was the lime remediation. That was 2019, took a lot of work, couldn't do anything else while lime remediation is going on. The second phase is building the admin building, which is the upper right purple, and the transfer building, which is the upper left blue box. That allows us to then, and then the third phase is then building the Baylor building, because we need to have a place for our commingled recycles to go. So we built the admin building, the transfer building, and the Baylor building in 2 phases. That then allowed us to demo, which is the next phase, the old MRF, which is that south half, everything from the 2 green boxes to the right, allows us to demo all that out of there and then come back in our final phase to finish out that southern half construction. That makes pretty interesting for traffic and circulation and staying operational the whole time. That was definitely a challenge. So the transfer station construction, there's 2 phases to it. It's that 25,000 square feet and then an additional 14,000 for 39,000 square feet total. That actually works really, really well. Really happy the way that turned out on the site. We're going to go through a little bit of some of those stacking things. I'll show on some slides here in a minute. The admin building turned out great. We did shrink that size for cost purposes. So it is smaller than what it was originally entailed. Household hazardous waste increased from the original designs. So during this project going from 2018 to 2024, we had 2 new code modifications come through. You had the 2019 new fire code and building code in 2022. Both of those resulted in some additional requirements that we had inside that building. So that building did end up increasing, has a separate fire room for the flammables and explosives. So it did change it just a little bit. We added a separate commercial scale just to keep our route trucks away from competing with the public on the regular scales, and then added the Baylor building and what we refer to as our metal commingled recycle canopies. Those are on the lower left. These are basically your surge piles for what's going to go into the Baylor, or metals to get consolidated and bulk off-hauled. And then the last item that we built, and I apologize it's not in color, is to the right of the admin building. There's a little square that's blank. That's our education center. And this is where we actually do educational and outreach to, we'll bring out, folks, students, different programs, and we talk about the trash industry. Let them kind of get a sense of what's happening cradle to grave with what they throw away and how it gets recycled or how it gets disposed. Again, here's a bird's eye view looking at the site. Former MRF building, C&D's outside, talked about the waste, talked about stacking, so I won't re-go over that. There was concern with the existing MRF on having turning movements, folks that bring in trailers, how they can back up. There wasn't enough space. So one of the design elements we added into the final construction was having sufficient space for folks to turn around, unload safely, not have that vertical drop off. Or in this case, there was also a awning that you couldn't really stand on your truck bed to offload back then. So now you can stand on your truck bed all you want, and move forward. In 2020, so the importance of this slide is really to show here's what the renderings looked like that we had presented in front of the board back when the use permit was getting approved. A couple items on here didn't change. So the front, looking at it, is the admin building. To the right of that, slightly on the upper right, is the first half of the transfer building. Those pretty much got built as designed at this point. On the left, the very first building coming in is the recycling. Then you have HHW. And the only building that really changed between here and final build out is that back building in the corner. And the reason for that is we found that it ended up being less cost to expand the transfer building, have the baler in its own spot, because we didn't have a way to tear down half the MRF and still stay open while you needed construction for where it's going to go. And this shows what it looks like today and what it looked like really on October of 24 when the project was complete. Night and day difference from what it was before. We now have multiple lanes entering the site. We've moved back to scale. I'll talk about these here in just a second. Entry to the scale, we have a lot of stacking distance now. We can accommodate up to 3 lanes entering if we need to. We have folks that can go over the scale. We have a separate attendant that can bring people in on that second lane. And I think there's only been one day, and it was still really during construction that we still had backup issues. But this has actually been working very, very conveniently. The flow through sequence for customers as they enter, go over the scale, go to the very top of the screen, which what I call a routing attendant. So that's where we have a person in case they're going just to HHW, he'll divert them just to HHW and not, clog the system, so to speak. And then they exit. So very, very safe, keeps them totally separate from commercial traffic. We also have a free recycle area. This is where some of those items that Chris was talking about get dropped off, whether it's electronics, mattresses, you name it. This is part of that one-stop shop. It's all under canopy, very accessible and open. Folks don't have to cross traffic anymore with green waste loaders and other folks like they would have had to back in the day. And this slide gives an idea of what I talk about with that staging or stacking of people. You can really see where they're getting processed through, waiting for their slot to open. We do have, in the attendant we have large numbers above each one of the roll-up doors so he can direct them, hey, go to door 3, go to door 4. Operationally, there's a few things that happen that most folks don't see. We bring in, as I said, our route trucks and commercial trucks differently, bring them over their own scale just to keep that separated. We keep green waste bunkers and baled materials in the back so that doesn't ever have to cross over in front of the public. And inside, we deal with C&D and mixed organics. So the mixed organics, we will stockpile in here. We can also use a green or a mixed organic bunker outside, and we'll consolidate and bulk transport that out. The blue system that you're seeing on there is actually our C&D sort line. We actually will have sorters up on there as we're processing some of the construction debris to pull out things that don't belong. And then that gets shredded. We have it go to a shredder, and then that also gets bulk transported. Inside the building itself, so there's a lot of design aspects that go into these buildings. You're really looking at, we're not just for employees and customers, but you're looking at, okay, where some of this gets complaint driven. Where are you going to have complaints? Odors, noise, dust. So all these buildings, this building is equipped with a misting system and deodorant that actually, knocks down the dust. It actually knocks down the odor. They're hard to see on this picture, but there's little emitters, kind of like what you probably have at your house as a little atomizer across this entire system. What you're seeing here is one of our material handlers. So as we get all the public drop off, we'll consolidate it into piles, load it into our road trucks, and then, consolidate it and then send it out. One of the future projects, so there are other things that we're still adding. We're looking at adding some axle scales so we can weigh this a little more clear. Those aren't costs that we ever pass on. We're still doing things to try and streamline our efficiency, and none of that comes back. We've already kind of passed the point of anything that we, for this transfer station that we're sharing with or trying to get a rate increase on. On the operations side, another building most folks don't see is our baler. This was that one in the back left. So this is where you bring in your commingled recyclables and we bale them and then send those to a sorting facility. Most of our stuff here goes up to Ukiah and gets sorted up there because they have equipment set up. We initially had looked at how to have a sort line here on this side, but there's just not enough space. So that had kind of gone by the wayside back in, like 16, 17, around that era. But what you're seeing on here on the upper right is the inside of the baler. Basically, all the commingled recycle comes in from the route trucks. We pull it up into a conveyor. That goes into a hopper. It has a pressurized lid and a baler to squeeze these things down, wrap tie it, and then it loads on trucks and gets sent out. Then lastly, we have our community education center. This is right next to the admin office. You've got tables, chairs set up, and this is really kind of a delight. They've got a small little garden out there. The 3 cans you see on the right screen actually have a plexi or polycarbonate on the side, so you can actually see all the different types of materials that go into each type of waste bin. So folks can see, here's what you put into recycles, or here's what you put into the trash, or what you don't put into either. So that's actually been a great use for that site. So the one thing, and to recap, so we're open 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. As Chris said, 363 days a year. We've got some pretty good capacity here. This facility, the way it was designed, can do 750 tons a day. Right now, we range between 250 to 310, somewhere around there, depending on the day. You get some hot spots. So we could basically double today's capacity and still be fine. And that was one of the targets for the design of this, is let's plan for the future. For vehicles, we can accommodate up to 600, almost 680 vehicles a day. Again, we're less than half that. So I'm going to go off script a little bit on here, because the one thing I didn't talk about is impacts on timing, and specifically some things that really drove up cost. I think a lot of this is, hey, okay, what changed on cost, and why did that happen? So it's important to go back and go, okay, so in 2017, we had lime waste. It was identified, had to go through the water board. 2019, that got done. That was a pretty big expense. And it's in the Crow report, and we had itemized it in there. In 2019, COVID hit. In COVID, the pandemic was interesting. That had a lot of impacts. We quickly found out we're an essential service. That term came out, and which was great. What that meant is we're allowed to stay operational. The hard part was our contractors got confused. And as we're going through permitting in 2020, everyone became remote. There was a learning curve to try and get our permit review desk, other folks at the county water boards to learn how to do stuff through Zoom calls, GoToMeetings, and other virtual platforms. So not a whole lot got done in 2020 because I won't say the world stopped, but it kind of did. Things definitely became challenging. We were able to get through our permitting though through then, and in 21, we came back hard with construction. What we saw though is there was a steep increase in pricing that we had never seen before. Pricing went through the roof, and where people expected that to come back down in 22 and 23, it never did. Whether it was housing, whether it was construction. This is back when we were looking at lumber go from $400, 1,000 board feet to 1,200. It was a crazy time. So 2021 became interesting. Our costs went up, but we still had a deadline. So we were able to build the admin and the transfer station in 21 and 22, got that done. And by that point, you're looking at 24 months left to finish out the work for our contract, knowing that you can't expose the south half of the site because of pH concerns. Water board doesn't want us to leave that exposed. So we're able to, in 23, to construct the baler and made the decision to go ahead and move all the operations to these new facilities and demo that whole MRF building. We're able to demo that, get most of the paving down, and then plastic the rest. That allowed us in 24 to finish the project, which was at that point was just the HHW, the recycling, the scales, and then try and get a sense of normalcy for traffic patterns. Up till that point, I think we were changing traffic patterns about every 3 weeks to move the construction around. And I bring all this up because the timing, these were incredible constraints to not just have availability issues and cost increases, but then 2 years after COVID, something also interesting happened. And that's where there were so many projects that contractors basically, you couldn't find a contractor. They were playing catch up on everyone else's 2-year-old projects that they weren't able to do in 20 and 21. So in 22 and 23, we had had increased costs because of contractor availability, and that's reflected in the costs that were presented and ended up being accounted for. But the good news on all this is we did get it done. It did meet the contractual deadline, got it done in that before October. I think it was done end of September of 24. Had great relationships with the fire department, with DOT specifically, helping getting inspections done. That was just a tremendous help. County staff worked with us really, really closely on that. And really proud of basically what got done here by the end. Happy to answer any other questions. Otherwise, I'm going to turn this back to Chris.
All right. Any questions from the board right now? Nothing. I'll save mine for later.
Thank you, Dave. Forgive me, there was one point that I wanted to make when we were talking about the number of services. If you guys think about the number of free transactions that are done through the facility, really that amount of free transactions are reflective of the use and the versatility of this facility, which was really part of the design in entirety. And additionally, all of the free services, while they're free to the residents, they're just not free to us. So I think it is important to understand that. In closing, I just wanted to offer some final thoughts, final notes. Outside of having this facility, and as Dave mentioned, overcoming the numerous challenges to finish on time, for us, it's really important that we are continuing to look forward as well. We're always looking into new sustainability initiatives, a few of them that you see here. Adding textiles and kind of reintroducing that program and really expanding on it is something we see as a really good opportunity moving forward. We think we want to explore the ability to pick up textiles curbside as well. So not just have folks bring it to us, but try to find a way to get it picked up from residents' house. Plastic bag recovery. So all the stuff that you're getting at grocery stores, it's a nightmare. It's not recyclable and it's a problem. We're trying to figure out ways we can recover plastic bags and film plastics. And then, solar panels, e-cigarettes, vape pens, nitrous oxide containers, all of that stuff can't be disposed of like any other product. Frankly, it's a problem right now, and we're finding ways to take care of that. We've worked with our vendor to be able to take solar panels, take e-cigarettes and vape pens and get them out of the trash. Specifically with the e-cigarettes and the vape pens and things like that. Anything battery related is a nightmare for our industry right now. That's kind of a whole separate topic. And then lastly, on the compost program, obviously you guys are aware we've been able to procure compost and bring it back into the county. We think that we can expand that program and be able to offer it in bags potentially to customers. So folks that can't take bulk material or folks that can't come and load up a truck bed themselves, we think we have the ability to be able to provide that to them in bags. And really just kind of in finality, I'll share with you guys, with the board and with the public, we really are proud of our ability to be a community partner. We see ourselves as much more than just a service provider, and that's who we strive to be. And so I thank you guys for giving us that opportunity. We've got a long-standing history of a successful partnership between us and the county, and we intend to continue that. So thank you.
All right, so bring it to the board. Any questions or things? Lori?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for coming back this week, Chris, and presenting this information. I think that the reason that I was kind of wanting this was the world of trash and garbage and recycling has just changed so much over the last, even the last couple of years. It's changed a lot with legislation and requirements and all that. And so I remember seeing charts years ago about, recycling used to be actually you would make money on it, right? And now I'm hearing you said, and maybe you could expand on this a little bit, but there's free services. They're not free to you guys. And that, and our residents are often questioning the value of going to the MRF in the first place. And they would rather just go down to Kiefer. Sure. They say it's cheaper. And, and I'm just telling you what I'm hearing so that, I think that sometimes there might be inconsistency at the gate, perhaps. That seems to be a common complaint. So the rising costs of just living are getting burdensome on folks. And that's why I'm struggling with this item. So how does that work? The world has changed a lot with recycling. Do you guys make any money on any recycling anymore?
Sure, I'll try to speak to both components that you mentioned there. As far as internal processes for charging and what we do at the gate, I think we're always evaluating and trying to make sure that there is consistency. We charge by yardage. We don't charge by weight. We just can't do that when everything that we have to take in also has to leave. So that's that process. From a recycling standpoint, when we mention everything we take for free, right, most of our vendors are charging us to be able to then take that material and process it further. So if you look at household hazardous waste, that's gone up exponentially for us. So all of the folks who bring in, you know, for lack of a better term, everything out of grandpa's shed, we used to spend $15,000 a month. We're close to $100,000 a month, and just for household hazardous waste disposal. On the recycling front, we don't make much anything anymore, you know, everything. And that's just a restriction on the type of materials that you can actually get money back for. You know, your material has to be super, super clean. Unfortunately, that's a challenge for ourselves and of its own. So I hope that provides some color. I think, you know, the more materials we take in and the more, I guess, the recycling industry changes, we have to too. But a lot of times as the post collection and the handler, the processing of that is much more challenging than it used to be. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else comment?
I'll just a couple, if I may. Chris, thank you. Dave as well. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to reiterate the great community partners that Waste Connections, El Dorado Disposal continues to be, with free collection sites and, you know, on and on, participating in various nonprofits. And I mean, you're always there as a good partner. One other thing that wasn't mentioned was the design of this facility. We had discussions early on about trying to make it look a little bit Western or a little bit to fit the motif of Diamond Springs, El Dorado. And I think that was accomplished fairly well. I mean, obviously it's a commercial site, but you know, with the structures of the varnish type design and architecture, I think we accomplished something that was fairly appeasing as well. And then Kiefer keeps getting brought up. There's a major difference. It's a landfill. That's a huge difference between a landfill and a recycling or a MRF, a recovery facility. So if you know garbage at all, run the numbers. You'll see the difference between that. And remember, they're just burying it. And if you go down Grant Line, you see the hill out there, and they're just piling it up. So I think.
Yeah, quickly, Brian, if you don't mind, I didn't touch on that portion, Lori. Significant difference in what we do versus Kiefer. When people look at just the costs associated with Kiefer's cheaper, Kiefer's charging you for whatever you're bringing in. They're not asking you to separate anything or do any of that. And therefore, whatever you're bringing in is going in a hole and it's getting buried. So for us, it's really important, like I was stating before, you bring us in a truck bed, if 50% of it's recycling, we're not charging you for the full truck bed. We're charging you for the trash component of what's in there. So there's an incentive for our folks to try to separate and take the recyclable materials that we offer for free, whether it's scrap metal, mattress, appliance that doesn't have Freon, things of that nature, versus taking it down to Kiefer. And I get that there's a convenience portion there. But for our facility, as Brian mentioned, everything gets taken in and then has to be processed and transported back out. So
Chris, thanks for that. And then just finally, as we talk about the lime remediation, I was obviously deeply in the middle of that whole process. And what befuddled me was you got 50 or 100 feet or 300 feet downstream, and it was back to a neutral pH. So there was a lot of money spent, in my opinion, for not a lot of reason. So, but it was what it was, and then we had to go through that. But it was also delay, which led to COVID. Didn't lead to COVID, but then into COVID we went, and then the construction delays. At EID, we were experiencing 50 to 70% construction increase in costs during that period because of supply chains and so forth. So certainly understand those situations. And again, I think you've done a great job sifting through that. I'm into trash because normally I'm picking everybody else's up, and then where's it got to go?
Yeah.
to the landfill, so, or our MRF. So I think it's, again, you've done a great job. Again, great. Thank you for the community partnership that continues. And we're ready for the next item, hopefully.
Anyway, I just want to say I'm the one that exposed the lime waste. And you could read all about it. The biggest thing is the high pH level, 13.5, and it's caustic is what it was. So there was concerns, and not only this facility, because I've have all the pictures and everything of designs and everything from this lime plant, you know, that I've got from Leonard Bartley. The biggest thing is it was covered up, a lot of the holding ponds. And if you would have built that building without doing the mitigation, you would have been built on a holding pond, which was not stable because the old MRF wasn't even stable. They had to dig down and pour more concrete to make that building stable, the old one. So thanks for being good stewards by cleaning that mess up. And I remember when they did clean it up, there was 2 excavators that got stuck in that, which they had to be pulled out. And the high pH level, we pulled the high pH level on the walking trail of 13.5. Downstream, even more, that it dissipated, like Brian was talking about. But we also had where they opened the cap up because it was capped and so much pressure, this stuff actually went down and parts of it went into Weber Creek. And there was a report that was done by Fish and Game and how the damage that it did do and stuff. So that was one of the reasons why it got started, is because of that report that Fish and Game did. So I'm glad we're working on it to do it. I just wished in the old days it would have been done correctly, because they tried to mitigate it right, because it would fall under the Superfund site, and they didn't do it because it was going to cost them too much money to be able to do it than own the property in the first place. And that was, I think it was Heller Foundation, and was part of Gallo Winery at that particular time. So anyway, I'm really glad that, you know, this is done, because you could imagine if you would have built this thing on these holding pounds, that building would have been, wouldn't be stable either. So anyway, thank you for that. Okay. Anybody else? All right.
Thank you both for the detailed presentation.
All right. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. Anybody in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Come on up.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you for your service to our community. My name is Florence Parks. I am the new CEO for Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, and I come to speak about the community service that that Waste Connections and El Dorado and El Dorado Disposal has provided to our community. As a leader in nonprofit, I'm more versed about youth development, so I look forward to coming back and sharing more about how we can support the 40,000 youth in our community. However, today I want to speak about how we do that work, and going back to what Brian Veerkamp said, having community partners that invest back into our community is essential. So Big Brothers Big Sisters would not exist in the capacity that we serve without this particular partnership. They have shown up for Big Brothers Big Sisters in our time of need and continue to invest in mentoring and youth development in our community in ways that you will never see. From leadership that serve on our board to also showing up with their individual resources and assets to invest back into our youth and families. Our kids need 5 positive adults to thrive, and many of the employees there stand up and support us through being volunteers and having bigs of their own. Not only that, the parent company that is out of the area continues to pour resources and assets into our community, and especially our program. So I'd like you to consider just the importance of companies that are investing in our community and the ways that all of you have mentioned and brought up, and the value that that brings to us as citizens. So I know it's really hard right now to think about paying for one more thing, especially for the families that we support. The costs are exponential. However, we need to invest in the things that we care about, and that's pushing things forward. We need to go further upstream and continue to invest in the lives of our youth and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Laura Brembam, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, also speaking for the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. I want to ditto what Florence just said about community partnerships. I have been witness to that partnership, those community partnerships and their generosity for the 25 years that I've been in my seat. I do have to say I'm pretty disappointed in Chris Brown this morning because he stole my thunder. I came with a list to talk about the free services, the things that a lot of people don't realize that El Dorado Disposal supplies provides to our community. One thing that I didn't hear mentioned is the seniors get a discount. So if the seniors are on a fixed income and struggling, they do get a discount with El Dorado Disposal. I think that's unique to the industry. I think it's unique to the industry that they're available and open on the weekends, especially because they are a transfer station. So the services that they provide are so far beyond taking your trash away. And I think that that's important to recognize that it's all bundled in here and they provide great service, continue to be committed to our community. So El Dorado Hills Chamber and El Dorado County Chamber support that request. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Laura.
Good morning. My name is Karen
Okay,
Jankowski.
you can actually lower that. Yeah, there you go. There we go.
It'll pick you up, Karen.
Keep going.
There you go.
My name is Karen Jankowski, and I am here in support of the El Dorado Disposal Company. I've been a longtime resident here, and after learning as much as I did from Dave and Chris about trash and what happens with trash, I think most of us just take it for granted that we put our trash bins out, it gets picked up, and we don't even have to think about it. And what goes through the process of recycling and keeping an environment safe and sorting out recyclables and keeping the pollutants out of our landfills is very important. And I just want to show my support for El Dorado Disposal and what an amazing job this company does for the community. And thank you for everything they do.
Thank you.
Karen.
Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Dina Gentry, and I'm the Director of Development for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern Sierra. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm here, however, to mostly speak as a longtime resident of El Dorado County. My family and I moved to the Lotus area in '91 when I was a small child, and there's been a lot of changes in this county, as many of you know. One thing that has remained a constant, and I have heard this several times from Chris and Florence and Brian, El Dorado disposal has always been a constant. We can always trust that they will be there. And especially in my role, learning about the significant community impact that El Dorado Disposal and Waste Connections has on our nonprofit community, they're just incredible to work with. And you don't hear that every day about El Dorado Disposal and Waste Connections giving back as much as they do. And I really wish that that was well known in our community. So in any case, I will keep this brief. Thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this? Come on up. All right, Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Yeah, Ken Greenwood here. Thank you for the presentation. However, on the Legistar, there is no slideshow. I know if one of the board's policies is that if you come in with a slideshow, you got to provide it for everybody. I don't see it here. It might be one in one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever other files, but reference files, Legistar, I don't know. Anyway, the remodel and the redo of the MRF has been needed for years. Congratulations on getting it done. Haven't been down there since all these new things are reality. May stop by there today because I got some stuff to drop off. I remember in 1990 something, our third or fourth Friends of NRA dinner had grown out of the Lions over there at Missouri Flat and Pleasant Valley Road. And so we, through Eldorado Disposal, we got a great discount, and we used their large room there. The only problem was we had to fight with the flies for our dinner, which was really kind of uncomfortable. But anyway, they've been here forever. It's interesting that Kiefer is just a landfill. How do they get away with breaking the law? I guess. I don't know. I hate to say it, but I don't see, if they're not diverting, that's a very interesting issue. I thought they were. I thought they had a sorting facility out there. Apparently not. Anyway, some of the people have addressed the good things that Eldorado Disposal does, and that's wonderful. And like I said, they hosted us and gave us a very fair price on the rental of the room. Perhaps more appropriate to the fee increase hearings. But anyway, I'm glad they got it done. Trash is, I used to be a trashman for the Forest Service, drove around the lake each day, emptied the garbage at all the trailheads and fire lookouts, and they gave it the name Dispersed Area Recreation Officer. I called it Garbage Man. I learned a lot, plus I learned a lot living with my father, who was an aerospace engineer.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, so this is the informational part, I guess, for the decision you're going to make on the next item. So I just had a couple questions. I see I guess in 2019, they raised the rates twice, one 6% and one plus then a 2.86%. And then they asked for, because at that time it was a $12 million overrun. So they asked for, for 2020, a 3.23%. For that overrun, which is part, I think, of the overrun that we're talking about now. So apparently, and maybe just, I'm asking for clarification because this is kind of what I'm getting out of the report, is that since 2020, we've been paying that extra 3.23%, which is 1.5 million for 10 years, to cover what was a $12 million overrun. So is that part of the $26 million overrun that we've already been paying for 5 years? And that's where it's kind of fuzzy. Is it now this new percent to cover overrun over all of the overrun, or are we excluding the part that we're already paying for? And then if the ratepayers are paying for the facilities, do we own those facilities? And then if not, if after the overrun is all paid, will our rates go back down? So maybe that could get clarified a little bit, how much we've already paid on the overrun and how much more is expected and what happens if it gets paid off. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from iPhone. Can you please unmute yourself? Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I actually had a chance to chit chat. They had a really nice booth at the CSD concert in the park and some great visuals. And the conversation arose that we're talking about, and I'm wondering, we're talking a lot about trash is changing, recycle is changing, yet ours is still kind of stuck in this. We are supposed to now separate our raw goods from our trash, from our recycle. Yet it feels to me that we're kind of backwards on how we pick up every week, because I was explaining to them, I'm sorry, but we actually started getting rats because leaving for 2 weeks, your raw goods, which obviously can contain decomposing products and things attractive. I don't have the luxury nor the budget for the electricity to have a trash freezer, which was suggested to keep my meat or bone or those products in. So I would also like to see from them, if they're increasing our rates, what is our plan for progressing with the way they want us to dispose of our trash? I think Lori hit the nail. Right now, we are talking about minimizing everything we have to help people with the rising cost of living. And I appreciate, as a business, when they contribute to our community. Let's not be naive. They are also contributing, whether it's being premier members of the chamber, which is a financial commitment, or, giving a monetary value, which I'm sure they're enjoying the reaping of that on their tax return, as a negative declaration or a nonprofit expense. So there's always a partnership that meets everybody's needs. I wish we all were charitable for no reason at all, except for to be charitable, but that's usually not the case. You help me, I help you. So I'm a little feeling like we're kind of in this archaic service of how we're disposing. Rising costs, yet they told me at the meeting that the only way they could switch to kind of meeting this new demand of how we dispose of our waste and be good stewards of our waste would be to raise those fees, which I'm assuming would mean, again, on top of what we're talking today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Chris, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I was wondering if you could comment on the Parkway, the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B that's currently under construction and has been for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and how that affects your circulation and what you're going to have to do in order to be able to have your functionality at the same time that the construction project is essentially right at your door. Because I believe that that's a factor in terms of how you're going to have to approach your costs. Your costs obviously are going to have to go up in order to accommodate for the county's own project. And so that's important, I believe, to the public for, or at least a comment on it. Also, I believe there's going to be a new signalized intersection that'll provide you direct access off the Parkway. And with that will come then a change in your circulation on a general basis. So could you speak to how much money is that costing us and whether that's reflected in the additional project costs that you have done a really good job representing? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, can I bring you back up and you can answer some of those questions? I'd really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, Sue's comments first, and then you can go to Chris's. Okay.
I can take Sue's, and Jeff Warren can help me explain here if you want.
Okay.
But to answer Sue's question about the cost overrun component, there is a clause in the contract. We do reevaluate that cost overrun component, and it's reassessed once that cost overrun metric has been met, or we've reached that cost overrun component. Then we reassess that component and ultimately reevaluate the rates at that time. So
Okay. Thank you.
Chris, page 6 of the
I'll try to. You want to take the other guys for the Parkway?
Chris,
Go ahead,
page
Brian.
6 of the Crow report identifies it very well. She was asking about the first 12 million and then this 12 million, and then why and what year time periods those were.
Correct. So in 2020, we came back to the board and there was adjustment for the cost overruns. The original project was 12 million. In 2020, it went to 2020 or 24 million. And then from 24 million, now the final was 38, which is why we're back in front of you guys as well.
Okay, thank you.
Dave Brown again. So yeah, I'll take Chris Payne's question. So talking about this is a great question. So there is a project just north of the site called the Parkway Project. It's going to be an extension of the road. There's no cost of that that's included as part of this rate increase. We don't have any cost related to the Parkway Project. That's solely being done with county funds and however they're funding it. Construction is underway. It is going to have a new signalized intersection there. That's on you can go into the county website for the Parkway Project and get a copy of the plans. For circulation for us, we don't really see much change. The biggest change we're going to see is right now, everyone comes in from 49. With the Parkway in, we expect a lot of traffic to then now start coming in from the west side, from Missouri Flat over. So you're going to start seeing eastbound movements turning south onto Throw It Away rather than from 49 west on Bradley and turning south. So we expect those traffic movements to look different, but otherwise, everyone still comes down Throw It Away to come to the site. There's no change on that, and there's no cost sharing component of the Parkway Project that is an expense to us that we would pass on.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
None? All right, well, all it is a presentation and receive and file. So, all right, thank you. I really appreciate it. So I guess we'll move on to item 27, the El Dorado disposal rate increase. Come on up, Jeff.
Item number 27 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding material recovery facility and solid waste rates for Waste Connections of California. One, find that a 3.62% consumer price index increase to the existing material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. Two, find that a 2.74% increase to the existing material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to be in accordance with the Sixth Amendment, Section 11A of the Franchise Agreement. Three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the material recovery facility rates.
Okay.
Sorry. And four, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the residential and commercial solid waste collection rates for El Dorado disposal. Supervisor Turmo, can you please open up the hearing?
I'll open up the public hearing. Okay, Jeff.
Good morning, board. And to carry on from the presentation, I think they hit a lot of the good points that were being asked from last week. So would you like me to go back into the interim year rate at all, or would you like to go right into the MRF overrun and some background on that one?
All right. How do you feel, board?
I think to me, the work overrun seems to be the biggest question, sticking point in my mind.
Okay.
Okay.
We can summarize both at the end as well.
Okay.
To give some more background of the material recovery facility, the initial agreement was signed on October 21st, 2014, and that's when the county and El Dorado Disposal entered into a solid waste collection agreement for the West Slope. The MRF and transfer station commitment, there was a core component of this agreement from El Dorado Disposals to build and modernize material recovery facility and transfer station. The initial cost estimate was $8 to $12 million to be completed by October 31st, 2017. Most importantly is the interim rates increases did not include cost for these improvements, as costs would be addressed during completion. The projects and delays, as we heard before, the first extension for the Fourth Amendment, the deadline was extended to October 20th, 2022 due to unforeseen significant environmental site conditions and remediation work ordered by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. These issues significantly increased the project's original cost estimate, and the agreement maintained that cost increases would only be addressed upon project completion. The second extension, November 8th, 2022, which is the Sixth Amendment, due to delays caused by COVID pandemic, the term was then extended to October 20th, 2024. This amendment clarified that the MRF transfer station rates would be adjusted using the county's rate setting manual. Any rate increase for cost exceeding the original 12 million estimate could only be requested if they significantly exceeded that estimate. The final project cost of the facility is $38.7 million, which is more than 3 times the original maximum estimate. And this meets the definition of significantly exceeded criterion for cost recovery. Cost recovery mechanism under the Sixth Amendment, these costs are to be recovered through transfer station MRF rate increases following the calculations and procedures in the county rate manual. In the 2020 year, the MRF review, the board approved a 3.23% rate to help compensate for the capital cost overrun of up to 61%. This revenue collected is reviewed every base year, which is every 3 years, to ensure that once cost recovery has been completed, the ratepayers are not paying in excess for the total final cost of this project. The same methodology will apply to the 2.74% rate increase for the final cost of the MRF project today. All maintenance and upkeep will be addressed during future base year reviews. The unforeseen circumstances, the county, El Dorado Disposal, and CRO, the county's independent analysis, agree that the construction cost recovery is an unforeseen circumstance as defined by the agreement and rate manual. Circumstances beyond a franchise hauler's control. Examples include changes in laws or regulations, newly required county-approved solid waste management programs, or other economic events that could not be reasonably avoided. So this leaves with the board's decision to evaluate and see does it meet the criteria of an unforeseen circumstance where the independent contractor from CRO and the county, and given the background information, we confidently say that it's exceeded that definition, and bring it back for your board's consideration. And the reason why the consultant looked at it, because the rate setting manual defines the interim year rate increase and also unforeseen circumstances in the same manual. And that's why it was brought forth as a combined rate increase of the 3.62 for interim year rate increase, which is the 85% of the CPI trash and garbage, which was validated last week. And then the additional 2.74 for the overrun cost for the MRF.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, so I think last week when I asked about on the hearing item, there's number 2, the 2.74 increase. I asked county council if we could separate those out, because my recollection, and I don't understand, you know, I made it very clear on November 8th, 2022, when I supported that amendment, I asked, you know, about the overrun and everything. And for some reason, I thought we were assured that that cost was not going to be passed on to the ratepayers. And so I literally put it in the meeting minutes. That's why I supported that item. So I wanted everyone to understand, because otherwise I wouldn't have supported that item. But my understanding, and I guess there was a miscommunication that day. I don't know. I did not go back and watch the video because there's other agenda items I had to focus on. So I just want to know, can we separate that out?
Couple things in that. Logistically, I think it would be challenging. I'd have to defer to Jeff to address that. But when you look at the resolutions that are presented in front of you today, because the resolution concerning the MRF rates includes the combined rate increase. Again, I'd have to defer to Jeff as to whether or not it would be feasible today to provide direction concerning amendment to that resolution to have the cost overrun component omitted from that increase. Beyond just the logistics of it, I think it does raise some potential concerns about whether there was sufficient notice given if that's what the board was adopting. Again, my suggestion would be if that's what the board wants to do, that the item be continued to with that direction so that a revised resolution can be prepared so that there's full transparency to the public.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to address, maybe kind of within your comment, I think does get to the concept that Jeff was just talking about, and that is the standard by which you are to determine whether the franchise hauler is entitled to the rate increase associated with those cost overruns. And I want to commend Jeff. I think he did a good job of summarizing what the provisions in the agreement are. I'll go a step further because I think that it is not as if you lack authority to make that determination, but it is constrained because the process by which they can request and are entitled to these increases is defined within the agreement and frankly within our own ordinance code. So I'm just going to read to you because it does kind of mirror the agreement. I'll read you the provision from your ordinance code that talks about these types of unforeseen circumstances. Just unforeseen circumstances generally, which is I think the umbrella under which these increases associated with the cost overruns are being processed. In your ordinance code states that the Board of Supervisors shall consider revising the franchisee's rates whenever franchisee establishes to the satisfaction of the board that unforeseen circumstances have arisen which have materially affected the franchisee's costs or revenues. And unforeseen circumstances, as Jeff noted, it's defined in the rate manual, aligned with that. It includes, it's essentially defined to include circumstances beyond the franchise hauler's control. There's some examples provided, including changes in law, newly acquired county-approved solid waste management programs, force majeure events, or other economic events that could not be reasonably avoided. So those are the criteria that you're to utilize. I think that you would want to look to what's presented to you in the Crow analysis. I'm sure you saw that Crow, in identifying those cost increases in their table, they identified what the reasons for each of those associated cost increases would be. You know, it's to you to determine whether that is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there have in fact been unforeseen circumstances. But, and I raise this in the context of your question, Supervisor Parlin, because to the extent that there's a desire to split it out, I think there should also be some consideration of these factors. Again, recognizing that it's not as if you have no authority or discretion, but it is constrained by the provisions that are contained in your ordinance code and in the agreement.
Okay. Any other questions right now? Have anything? Anybody? Greg? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to come up and speak on item 27? Come on up. Looks like I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I don't think they answered my question. It's like they repeated my question, but didn't answer it. So from the document that I read that was attached to the other item, it said that they were committed to pay the first 12 million of this project. And then there was an overrun of 13.6 million that the rates were raised back in 2020 to cover that, which would be 15 million in 10 years, which according to that, we would have paid half of that so far. So that leaves, for the total project, like $12 million that is an extra overrun. So nobody's explaining it. Are we paying now for the whole project of 38 million, and that separate fee is going to cover it again? I'm concerned about being double billed for this, because it's interesting in the document. It says that I guess I switched it, but it's basically they said they would cover the 12 million, and then anything overrun, which they did ask in 2020, we are paying that. So I want to make sure it's not getting double billed, that's being taken consideration of what we're already paying. And even the 12 million they said was covered by the increased hauling rate was increased, hauling and gate rates would cover the 12 million. So can you explain exactly what is getting covered with this? I understand the first part of the increase, the 3 point something that we're committed to pay, but first it's confusing why we would get into a contract where we would cover overruns, but it looks like we've already covered the first 26 million or 25 million. So is this for the 12 million extra overrun, or are we now just forgetting that we've already committed to pay part of it already? So maybe you could lay that out a little clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, this is Ken Greenwood. Like Sue said, if we could clarify some of those finer points there, that would be good. Based on the hearing or the discussion earlier, which was hard to hear. By the way, people need to speak up. They need to speak directly into the microphone, and that includes some of the board's members, because it's a little hard to hear out here at the Triple Junction. But anyway, speak up. Part of he mentioned that the mixed recycles are sent to Ukiah for sorting. And those are all part of their costs that they have to recover somehow. And so that equals rates increases. But yeah, that's a little hard to believe. Plus, I do get the dirty recycling issue. It's hard to determine, what's recyclable and all that. The educational materials that Waste Management has sent out are pretty good. And hopefully that will get better with time. But anytime we increase rates, we increase illegal dumping. Echo Road off of El Dorado Road, prime example. National Forest, dumping ground for El Dorado County, it seems. It's unfortunate that these things, it all comes down to money. And back to my comment on Kiefer Road facility, yes, they're beating the heck out of us with tipping fees on general trash and such. Why aren't they being required to do that? Maybe that's something Governor Newsom can stick himself on. I'm still a little flabbergasted. No wonder they have lower rates. They're not paying out all this money. They're just creating a mountain of trash. Okay, that's about it for now. But yes, please speak up and encourage people at the microphone to do so also. Oh yes, and part of the presentation was crackling and went in and out. About every third word was heard here at the Triple Junction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for clarifying information, obviously, that we didn't have um, the last time you were in front of us. I'm still trying to figure out in terms of the comment that Sue Taylor had made, and also the concern that Supervisor Parlin has, to her remembering the prior action related to believing that the overrun was going to be 12 million, and that anything above the 12 million was not going to have to be picked up by the ratepayers. I still think your board ought to be more deliberate in responding to Supervisor Parlin's comment, because I think that's the fundamental nature of what action we have here before us. I think there's a general consensus that the 3.62 consumer price index increase is justified under the franchise and therefore could be separated, as county council has said, but it would take a change in the resolution in order to be able to do that. And that would require us coming back for an additional continuation of this item. But at the same time, I'm wondering why there isn't, in terms of your board, a better discussion about what your thoughts are individually on the justification for this additional money to be acted on today as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi. Just a quick question. Obviously, we've had the conversation, you know how everybody feels. I'm listening. I just heard comments from Sue Taylor and people like that, and I'm still a little bit confused. If we can get a little more definition, is when he just said after paying off the bill, meaning, you know, excess, part of this increase is to pay off excess. Do we have anything established to the ratepayers who are paying this, let's call it debt, when it's paid off, or a timetable, or how that would revert off of our bills? It's kind of like leaving this open-ended, you know, monthly fee that does seem to have an end according to the presenters, but I'm still confused on the definition of when it would be ended and a guarantee that we would not just keep paying a fee for its intent and going into other things or profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, Jeff, can you come up and answer some of the questions? Or is anybody else?
With some of the regards to the fiscal questions, I would like to defer that to Eldorado Disposal, as they are the ones that would be compiling and being able to monitor, and every third year, that base year increase, they would be providing those financials to the independent contractor for review. So that way we determine how much of this overrun is being paid down and when it would be determined that it was completed.
Okay, thank you. Come on up.
I can touch on to clarify Sue's question. So in 2020, there was an adjustment for the overrun of 12 million to 24 million. That is separate from the overrun that is from 24 million to 38 million. So those are two separate, in theory, portions of the increase. If I read this excerpt here from the Crow report, revenue collected from this increase will be evaluated each base year, every 3 years, to ensure that once cost recovery has been completed, ratepayers are not paying in excess of the total final cost of the project. So, if there's more clarification we can provide, I can try, but that's directly from the Crow report there.
Right. So Chris, basically the 2020 increase, that was 3.23. That was for the 12 million chunk. And that is for a 10-year period also?
So the
This
same,
one, what, this
that,
one
that would be
is.
the same thing. So every base year, we reevaluate where we're at from that initial overrun costs.
Oh,
And then the same.
so then, and this would be a weird thing to say out loud, but in theory, then in 10 years, when it's paid off, the rate should go down. Right?
Yeah. Reevaluate and reassess to see where we're at. Absolutely.
Like it'll be paid off and then that percentage should come off the bill, right?
In theory.
See, and that's the concern there too. It's like,
Yeah.
I would like to see with this kind of a thing in the future, when we do the annual, is there an actuarial chart where we can actually see this laid out? People need to see this. It's gotten really convoluted over the years. I get it because of the overruns and unexpected things, but just to be as transparent to everyone as possible, a chart with the amount, where we're at, paying it off, just like you would on your house mortgage, you know, people would ask for that on your house mortgage, sorry. You know, to see exactly where we are on paying it off. Maybe that would help the public feel a little more confidence in it. That's a fair thing, I think. You know, I look at my mortgage payment all the time going, when's it going to be paid off? So that could be a helpful thing. I don't think that's in the report, correct?
I don't believe that's in the CRO report.
Okay, maybe that would help folks see it
Mhm.
and feel that it's going to get paid off. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? You have a question?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the total cost of the MRF over the last 10 years is 38 million, I'm just rounding. And then it was stated in an agreement with El Dorado Disposal that up to 12 million you would not ask for recovery for. So if you subtract the 12 million from the 38, you get the 26 million, which is the amount that we are talking about now that we're trying to pay off. Simplistically, did I get that?
If I may approach the board, Sue Vandalinder, El Dorado Disposal. I'm the historian in the group. I've been here since the inception of the agreement. I just want to clarify, yes, the first 8 to 12 million, ended up being 12 million, right, was the El Dorado Disposal component that was not to be passed through in the rates. And that was that. We considered an interim step. Okay, that was before COVID, and that was another 12 million. That was provided for in the rates, and the way that we assess that is in the revenue collected. And it's reassessed every base year, as Jeff spoke to. So this, what we're talking about right now is the difference between that 24 million and that 38 million. And that's what's represented to you in the 2.74%. And we are tracking not only what we requested the last time, but what we're requesting this time. And we will continue to evaluate that to make sure that once that's completed and paid off, that yes, there would be a rate reduction at that time for that component.
And then just a follow-up question to that,
Yeah,
Mr.
go
Chair. It is possible that the ratepayers may not see a rate decrease because at the point in time, thank you, at the point in time in which the interim rate might be reassessed, it's possible that it could get swooped up into that. And what you'll see is a smaller increase, but never a decrease. And in my experience, you know, we built a MRF up in the basin as well. We've never experienced a decrease. So I just want to caution my colleagues and ratepayers that when it comes time, it may realistically not be a decrease in rates.
That is a great point, Supervisor Lane. You know, it just depends on what the CPI adjustment is or the base year adjustment is at that time. But this will be a component of that overall And it could be that it's negative, it could be that it's very small. It just depends on what that number looks like at that time.
So the rates and CPI increases are likely never gonna come down. But what I'm hearing is when this balance is paid off, you could forfeit or adjust that CPI for whatever year we're talking about and either leave the rates alone or increase them minimally.
That's correct.
Or decrease them.
Yes.
Okay, any questions? All right, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I would move item 27 for approval, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and their components.
A second.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No.
Opposed? No.
And I
Motion
would like
passes 4-1.
the record to
4-2.
reflect that
No,
I'm not
It's
supporting it.
3-2. I'm not supporting it either.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I do want the record to reflect that, Kim, that I'm not supporting it because of the 2.74 increase. My understanding in 2022 was that was not going to happen. So apologize, I had a misunderstanding, but I really thought I asked good questions that day.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Okay. All right. All right, so we can go ahead and move to our 10 o'clock allocation. Or do you want to take a break first? 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Right,
Yeah, to push them forward. All right. Yeah.
When are we
All right.
getting new equipment? And can we get taller ones so we don't have to? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect,
Good.
perfect. All right, let's go to we're back. We're gonna go to our 10 a.m. time allocation, item 28, HHSA tobacco retail regulations.
Item number 28 comes from Health and Human Services Agency and Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, one, receive an economic analysis on the potential impacts of tobacco regulations. Two, receive and file a presentation that outlines options for the board's consideration regarding tobacco zoning ordinance and tobacco retail license. Three, provide direction to staff regarding the next steps to take for ordinance or for options as follows. A, repeal both the tobacco zoning ordinance and TRL ordinance and end all local tobacco regulations. Or B, repeal TRL ordinance and make updates to the tobacco zoning ordinance. Or C, modify both tobacco zoning ordinance and TRL ordinance. Or D, maintain the current tobacco ordinance and modify the TRL ordinance. Or E, provide other direction to staff.
All right. Okay.
Kim, do we have the slides? Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair Turnbull and members of the board. I'm Kyle Flea, Acting Public Health Director with Health and Human Services Agency. I'm here with Jeff Warren, Environmental Management Director, and Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director, today to present options for the board's consideration and direction regarding potential modifications to the tobacco retail regulations in the county. The discussion around the current tobacco regulations began as far back as at least 2022, rising from community concern regarding planned development of a tobacco retail location across the street from Herbert Green Middle School and a family struggle regarding their son's exposure to vape smoke on school campus. That led to the impacts of vaping on our youth town hall in November of that year. Following the town hall, members of the board requested that HHSA staff research options for tobacco regulation in El Dorado County. In December of 2023, following a presentation on tobacco retail licensing and zoning, the board adopted a resolution of intention to amend the county zoning ordinance to include reference to tobacco retailers. Then in January of 2024, the board approved Urgency Ordinance 5192, imposing a temporary moratorium on new tobacco retailer applications, and then extended that moratorium by another 10 months in March of that year, directing staff to return with options for a tobacco retail license ordinance. In September of 2024, the proposed tobacco retail license ordinance was presented to the County Planning Commission. In October following, the board approved the zoning ordinance modifications, and then in November following that, the board approved final passage of the tobacco retail license ordinance. From final passage of ordinance 5211 in November, the tobacco retail license ordinance, through January of 2025, staff conducted in-person retail visits to all tobacco retailers operating in unincorporated El Dorado County, providing materials and education on the new ordinance and informing those retailers of the scheduled enforcement date of April 1st, 2025. During this time, additional public and board feedback was obtained that led staff to request formal board direction on modifications to Ordinance 5211 in March of 2025. Ultimately, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration is responsible for ensuring compliance with state tobacco laws and conducting retail inspections. However, CDTFA data shows that only about 1 in every 10 tobacco retailer receives an inspection each year. The state does not have the capability to routinely inspect all tobacco retailers, largely leaving this to local agencies. Local tobacco ordinances allow greater local control and enforcement. And as of October 2024, 230 jurisdictions throughout the state have adopted tobacco retail license ordinance. This is inclusive of a total of 35 counties and rural jurisdictions, including Del Norte, Mendocino, Plumas, and Tuolumne counties, and the cities in Placer and Nevada counties. El Dorado County as a whole has 142 tobacco retailers, with 97 of those located in county unincorporated areas. Of those 97, 10 are considered smoke shops, 8 are locations that also include pharmacies, and the other 79 are other types of retail locations inclusive of convenience stores and gas stations. And while research does indicate that all types of tobacco retailers conduct some amount of illegal sales activity to minors, as you can see on the slide, the frequency of that activity varies significantly depending on the type of retailer. Ordinance 5211, the Tobacco Retail License Ordinance, was originally developed pulling language from other existing TRL ordinances, particularly from the counties of Kern, Sonoma, and Monterey, and Nevada City. It was designed to provide local oversight and control, separate from state oversight and control. And the cost of the tobacco retail license itself was designed to fully offset administrative and enforcement costs based on a fee analysis conducted by environmental management. The ordinance was designed with the intent for staff to conduct at least one inspection per store per year, which is roughly 10 times the amount that the state would do on their own. In March of this year, the board provided direction to staff to explore modifications to the tobacco retailer license ordinance and conduct an economic impact assessment of the ordinance as currently written, which brings us to where we are today. And I'm going to hand it over to Karen to speak on the economic impact assessment.
Good morning, Board. Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. So the board had requested to do a deeper dive into, the economics of this, and we were able to do that, pulling from county resources, state data, but to even do a further dive, we spoke with some of these retailers, really focusing on those that have not only sell tobacco, but that have the convenience store with the gas station, to really learn more about how their business functions and what these changes mean. As was mentioned, these types of regulations have been put in place elsewhere. And so, some of these chains that operate in different jurisdictions, we were able to do comparisons to what happened in those jurisdictions. So going over some of the data, as noted, conducted a impact assessment of the existing, and we looked particularly at 2 gas station tobacco retailer locations, and estimated that those losses, and this would be based solely on products that are currently prohibited under this new TRL, that the first location is losing about $1,100 per month, and the second location about $1,600 per month. And then estimated additional losses due to discounts. So that is coupons, loyalty programs, things that would provide a discount on the tobacco. The losses are even higher. Location A about $1,800 a month, and location B about $3,000 a month. There's also a relationship between the tobacco sales and the gas sales. People like to, do one-stop shop as much as possible. So rather than going to 2 stores, they're going to go to the gas station, fill up with gas, and get their tobacco products. So losses for that are an additional $1,750 for location A and about almost $5,000 for location B. Going on to some additional data. Our own sales and use tax reports, the service stations, they generate $2.6 million in sales and use tax for the year 2024. And that is about almost 14% of the county's total sales and use tax revenue. So this particular industry, if you, think of it that way, the service stations are a huge economic generator for our county in terms of sales tax. Makes sense. 50 travel, have 50 corridor, a lot of tourists that are going up 50, stopping at these retailers to get gas and snacks. And if they wanted to get their tobacco as well. So in speaking with the retailers, one reported that similar restrictions in other jurisdictions actually reduced tobacco sales by about 65 to 75%. And another retailer reported that tobacco sales account for about 31 to 44% of their sales, with 46 to 63% of the tobacco sales, including other purchases. So in other words, they're not just going there for that one thing. A lot of people are buying multiple products. So if they can't get the tobacco, they're also not going to buy the gas. They're not going to buy the sodas. They're not going to buy whatever else they're getting at that time. So we did estimate if the ordinance drives tobacco sales to other jurisdictions, either people are stopping, in Folsom or in Sacramento County before they're coming up here or elsewhere, that we could see about a $865,000 a year decline in sales and use tax revenue because of these changes. So I do want to say, before I pass it back to Kyle, really want to thank those that reached out. They were very concerned about these changes, but have been extremely helpful in informing us and educating us. It's been great to take a deep dive and understand better how they operate, what these kind of changes mean, and just appreciate their professionalism and sitting around the table with us and helping us gather this information so we could present it to you.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt. Any board questions right now for Karen? Or you want to wait? Okay. Thank you, Karen. Okay.
Good morning, Board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. I'm going to give you some options for consideration for moving forward. Option A would be to repeal both ordinances and end tobacco regulations. Option B would be to repeal the tobacco license ordinance 5211 and update tobacco zoning ordinance 5210 to apply only to smoke shops as defined as 30% of floor space and add density limits for smoke shops. Option C, simplify both tobacco zoning ordinance 5210 and 5211 to reduce restrictions on businesses while ensuring local enforcement. And finally, D, to maintain the current tobacco zoning ordinance 5210 and update 5211 to address public concerns and board direction from March 25th of this year to reduce some restrictions on businesses. With option A, to repeal both ordinances, the benefits would be no additional burden on businesses and no impacts to sales and use tax. Some of the disadvantages would be less local control of retailers who are violating state and federal laws, and no limit on the number of tobacco retailers or smoke shops. Option B, to repeal the tobacco license TRL 5211 and update zoning ordinance 5210 to only apply to smoke shops. The benefits would be no burden on established businesses or non-smoke shops. It limits the amount of smoke shops and aligns setback distances to other jurisdictions and closer to retailer feedback. Disadvantages of this less local control of retailers who are violating state and federal laws, and there will be no limit on the number of tobacco retailers. Option C, to simplify tobacco retail ordinance 5211 and zoning ordinance 5210 to reduce restrictions on businesses. Benefits will be smaller burden on established businesses. It limits the amount of smoke shops, aligns setback distance to other jurisdictions and retailer feedback, maintains local control of retailers who are violating state and federal laws. Disadvantages would be no limit on the number of tobacco retailers and no local regulations on retailers to reduce the health impacts of tobacco. And it may slow the growth of sales and use tax from smoke shops. And finally, option D, to maintain the current zoning ordinance 5210 as is and simplify the tobacco retail license 5211 to reduce restrictions on businesses. Benefits would be to reduce burden on established businesses, limit the amount of smoke shops and tobacco retailers, and maintain local control of retailers who are violating state and federal laws. Disadvantages would be can negatively impact sales and use tax revenue, reduce regulations on retailers to reduce health impacts of tobacco, and setbacks would remain the same, limiting new retail locations. So in summary for board consideration, the four options again would be A, to repeal both ordinances 5210 and 5211, or option B, to repeal ordinance 5211 and update the zoning ordinance 5210 to apply to smoke shops, limiting their density limits. C, to simplify the ordinance 5210 and 5211 to reduce restrictions on businesses while maintaining a local enforcement. Or D, maintain zoning ordinance 5210 as is and update the tobacco retail ordinance 5211 to address public concerns and board direction for March 25th.
Okay, I got one question I want to ask. It's on page 7. When you say others, is that online sales? Can you clarify that? That's on page 7. Got it? Right there. That one.
So others wasn't clearly defined in the data. Really, any other retailer that doesn't fall into any of those categories that's listed would be listed under other. So it's not a defined category.
So online sales would fall under this, correct?
It would be included in there.
Yeah.
probably,
It would be
but-
included in there
Yeah.
if it's not connected to another retail location.
Okay, that's all I want to know. All right, okay. All right, so I'll bring it to the board for any questions.
I got a couple-
Comments?
Couple questions.
Go ahead.
Is there grant funding for education and or enforcement? And is that grant funding tied to either one of these ordinances?
We do currently have grant funding from the California Department of Justice to conduct youth decoy activities that the sheriff's office would do, in which we can identify illegal activity, particularly related to sales to minors. And it can fund education to retailers and support some of the stand-up for the inspections that Jeff's team would be doing under the current ordinance. They're not specifically tied to the ordinances, but without the ordinances, we may not have a mechanism to conduct some of those activities.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, any other questions from the board? Go ahead.
Question regarding one of Ms. Garner's statements that the retailers have suggested that if they did not have tobacco sales, that people would not therefore stop and buy gas or do other things. Do we have any documentation that shows in other areas where tobacco has been regulated that that's the case?
Looking back on some of the notes, give me just a
Okay,
second.
no
here
problem.
that, I know they provided. And they may be able to answer that better, because I know they've, you know, have looked at that, but. You know, I'll have to defer to them. I'm not seeing. But just to clarify, your question is the impact, if the specific impact in other locations when they've had regulations and how, you know, percentage decline in sales and so forth.
Right, I mean, our vehicles still need gas, right? So there's a point at which you have to get gas, whether they sell tobacco or not. And I'm just trying to understand, I think it's a great argument that they would make that, that they would tie those together, but I'm just wondering factually, is that true? Do we have any information on other jurisdictions that have regulated tobacco and whether or not we've seen a decrease in gas sales and snack sales?
I will say we had that conversation and though I don't remember specific numbers, we talked about the fact that, as an example, like around Lake Tahoe, where you've got, you know, people traveling back and forth regularly between the Nevada side and the California side. And that, you know, after a couple of times, if they realize, oh, I can get this over in Nevada, what I can't get over in California, then they start making that a habit to do the same. The other factor is, you know, that we do in this county, we have a gas station, service station that is with Shingle Springs that we don't regulate, does not fall under the state's regulations, that even with this current ordinance does not, does not fall under our ordinance. So people, they start realizing, okay, that one location halfway up the hill in Shingle Springs, that's where I can stop and get everything that I need and not have to worry about. So, over time, people develop those habits and start shifting towards where they know they can, get all the things they're accustomed to getting. But you're right that it's not like everybody is just going to automatically stop going. So it's not total. And we took that into account with some of the numbers. We were pretty conservative in saying, well, it's not 100%. It's going to be more like, over time, maybe 25% of people would change their habits.
And then the tax figure that you showed, I'm sorry, I didn't print the presentation, so I don't have it in front of me, but wasn't there a number around $870,000 that would be in lost sales tax estimated? And is that only the county portion, or is that the total sales tax number?
County portion.
That's just the county portion, which is what percent of what percent? That's really, yeah, that's not important at the end of
No,
the
that's
day.
okay. I think it was at the very bottom of that slide and small.
Yeah, we were going through it quickly.
Small letters.
1% of 7.5? Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Karen.
I should emphasize too, like I said, we primarily focused on the service stations, gas stations, convenience stores. It didn't do the same deeper dive specifically into smoke shops. Those probably function a little bit differently, but just want to make that clear.
Right. Did they include grocery stores?
The sales tax data for grocery stores is going
part of
to
it.
come out separately under that category. So the numbers that were provided were specifically, again, for gas stations, service stations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else, any questions?
Yeah, I have a lot. So Karen, don't go too far because it's going to be a lot of land use questions, I think. So first, I just want to say the letter from Leticia Ramirez, I thought was really helpful to me, that they appreciated staff reaching out and working with, the businesses, and as, they would prefer to have a complete repeal, but they're also open to modification, which I appreciated that, because I do want to get everybody back to why, this conversation came up in the first place. It's something I know back when I used to work with a youth organization. Gosh, I'm getting old, long time ago. But, we had events in education for youth, and we were trying to, at the time, the public health in the county was one of our partners in this organization, and they were talking about trying to have some tobacco ordinances in the county, what a struggle it had been. So, this has been going on for, I think, at least a decade, if not longer, to try to get this. So I don't want to, forget that the bottom line for all of this is our public health. And I get there's economic impact. So how can we make it work for both? And so, I really thought a lot about this on the weekend. Apparently I was waking up in the mornings with great ideas. So, but the data, a lot of the data was reflecting that, tobacco use among youth is on the rise again. A lot of it's because I think of the tobacco industry itself is getting creative in their marketing and different products that appeal to youth. And so that's troubling. And unfortunately, as parents, as government, as educators, our school system, they're trying to figure out how to combat that slick marketing that will always be our number one enemy. So, and then the other thing that I really want to keep in mind too, when we talk about this, is it says in the data that we had originally was that in the more rural areas, so, our county has its own little different types of communities within a county, and we have our more urban areas, and then we have our more remote rural areas. And that is also where there's more use in the rural areas. And so I'm trying to figure out, can we focus on, in our general plan, we have the community regions, which are typically more urbanized, higher density. Then we have our rural centers, which have commercial components, but they're in the more rural areas. Could we have different setbacks for those, the rural centers? Because also the rural centers are kind of more our touristy, areas of the county. And so I've heard people make comments like, how many more, smoke shops or stores do we need selling tobacco in downtown Georgetown, to be quite honest? You go to downtown Main Street, I think there's 4 places in this teeny tiny area selling tobacco. I think the smoke shop has already come and gone though. I think that's gone. So there's only 3 left, but I do remember residents going, geez, do we need a smoke shop on top of what we already have? And so, I'm just trying to understand, could we have different setbacks perhaps to have less opportunity in the more rural centers? I know Supervisor Ferrera, you've really pushed for, and you made it clear that, El Dorado Hills is going to have most of our development and growth, and that's your big concern. So I'm thinking then it makes sense to me to have different anti-clustering setbacks in the more urban versus the rural areas. Is that even something we can do?
Yeah, I believe we could. Where exactly in the zoning ordinance, how we write it, we could figure
Right.
that out. But certainly, as you pointed out, we do identify our rural centers and our community regions, and we do sometimes have different regulations, for different things. So
Okay.
I don't see why we couldn't craft something that addresses that.
Okay. And I know in the ordinance, in the one of the ordinances, the preamble was the oversaturation of tobacco retailers in certain areas. So in my mind, maybe if we did differentiate, we could get to that point where, it's more highly populated, higher density per person, per population, you would have more. It just makes sense versus out in the more rural areas. So I'm kind of hoping we can get somewhere like that in the ordinance. And then too, remember, when we really hit this heavy last year, the year before, it was because of a proposed tobacco retailer, what everybody felt was just too darn close to a school. And so what I want to understand is, if we don't do the ordinance at all, are there tobacco setbacks in a law like federal or state anywhere else? Or do we have to have it in our local land use setbacks? Is it elsewhere?
I'll check. I don't believe there are any setback requirements statewide.
Not to my knowledge, but that might be a question for council.
Okay.
What I can tell you, one of the things that we learned is, again, a little bit of a difference between probably a smoke shop and the larger retailers like a Arco AMPM. Their brand does a lot of self-regulation because they want to protect their brand. And so they require reporting, they require, the owners or the franchisees to provide a lot of data and information to make sure that they're compliant with, state and federal requirements. So that, again, just something we learned.
Right. So Nicole, is it Nicole? It's Nicole. Nicole's back here behind you to come up and answer that question about, is the setback elsewhere in regulations? Because my understanding is that's why we wanted a local ordinance, is so we could have setbacks or maybe bigger or something.
Yeah, and good morning, Nicole Wright, Deputy County Counsel. And that's correct. There are no state or federal zoning setback requirements. So if we wanted to impose any, those would fall within our local.
Okay. So I think that was another reason that we started to explore all this, is that generally speaking, everyone seemed to agree we don't want them so close to schools. And so to do that, you actually have to have an ordinance. So I'm just trying to get us back to the basics and stuff. I think we got a little sidetracked maybe with the vaping things and the number of cigarettes in a pack and all that. And it's like, that to me is not really as important. And even the carding, I think, we put in our local, I don't think that's important because that is in the state or federal regulations. So like, let's stick with that. But if we could just get back down to the basics of what we were trying to do and give some setbacks from schools and other sensitive areas, I really think that's critical. And then again, personally, I do not support smoke shops, period. I just don't support them. I think that in my mind, they normalize smoking more than in a gas station. That just to me, socializing, normalizing. You see the word smoke shop on Highway 50 right now, and you drive by it every day. The high school buses go right by one right now. So I personally would like to, and understanding from the data in this presentation, the smoke shop category has the most violations. So in my mind, I would like to see no transferability on smoke shops at all, no new ones at all, so that when one closes, we have fewer and we get to 0 smoke shops. I'm not as concerned about the gas stations and convenience stores. I do understand your angst about that. I do. And so those are kind of, I think, my big things that I really wanted to remind everyone why we were doing this. And yeah, I think our ordinance, we got a little off in the weeds because what happened, I remember, is we were like, well, we want to do this and this and this, get the retailers away from schools. But then we started looking at what other counties were doing and we kind of went, okay, well, that sounds good too. And it's like, I think we just got too much going on. So if we could just dial them back, still have ordinances though, so we can have the setback from schools for sure. I think that was really important to just about everyone. And then get rid of all the little stuff in there that's bothering everybody. I think we can make this work. So just wanted to lay that.
To follow up on what you're talking about, Supervisor Parlin, could we incorporate all of her thoughts in 5210 regarding the setbacks and the number of smoke shops? And I think it is. I think you.
Yeah, I believe we can. One point of clarification that I know will come up based on your comment, Supervisor Parlin, is, this grandfathering concept. As you well know, in this county, someone is going to build, any type of commercial, including gas station. It takes a lot of time, even before they walk in our door with an application. They've already probably put in a couple of years and a lot of money. And then once they walk in the door, it's another couple of years and a lot of money. So I know that is of a concern that, to make it clear, if we do want to still have some form of setbacks or, from schools and sensitive uses, if they, for the planning side, for us, our cutoff is always once we deem the application complete, you're grandfathered into the rules at that time when the application is complete. The wrinkle here is if we have some other program now, or that we're regulating, that might not have the same grandfathering in. So I just want to be clear, if the intent is, yep, if they're already here, they're already have their application in to build something, they're grandfathered in and wouldn't be subject. If we make that change, obviously, that when that change goes into effect, everything forward would be subject.
Okay.
Any other question?
No.
Not right now? You got anything? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Leticia Ramirez. I am with the law firm of Thatch and Hooper. I'm here today on behalf of our clients, Thule Oil and Strong Company, who are 2 family local businesses that own and operate gas stations in unincorporated El Dorado. We were here before you in March, and we did submit a written public comment, so thank you, Supervisor Parlin. for raising that and reviewing it. It's always good to hear that, actually. But I do want to say that we are here to express our support for all the 4 options. We do not support, though, the density and setback restrictions on gas stations. We also want to acknowledge and thank staff for all of their hard work and time and willingness to discuss this. I don't want to kind of go over too many things that have already been said, but one thing we want to make sure that is clear is we believe local control is a good thing. It's a positive thing. It's important to having, it's important for purposes of having sensible regulations. When it comes to local tobacco ordinances, as applied to gas stations, we do believe that it ends up being a little bit more of a burden and at times unnecessary in some opinions. Because gas stations are already heavily regulated. And we also do believe and understand that, the board wants to address youth access to tobacco. We do not believe gas stations are the culprit. And those are the reasons why we do support options A and B in terms of repealing the TRL ordinance. That said, if the board does want to enact the tobacco retail license ordinance, we are supportive of options C and D in terms of the modifications to the ordinance. You are assisting, it's our position that we believe the board in adopting that will help support future, help our customers and help at least in particular, one of our clients who does have a pending development application. The minimum price and packaging, while we understand perhaps the motivation behind that, what it results in is increased prices for our customers at a time when everyone's dealing with things like that. We do believe that if the board proceeds with C and D, if you can really eliminate or narrowly focus your density limits and setback restrictions in order to ensure that future gas stations can still be developed in an incorporated El Dorado County. There is a lot of nuances in terms of the financing, the franchise agreements, cigarettes, tobacco products, which are primarily cigarettes in a convenience store in a gas station, account for 30% of in-store sales. 3% of tobacco sales, based on one location, include prepaid gas. Right now, we're unable to capture if someone pays at the pump and someone comes in and walks to purchase tobacco. But just to give you a sense of why this matters as a business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sure.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Tooley, and my family is, we own local gas stations throughout Sacramento. We have about 16 in this market, one being right here in El Dorado Hills. I think the time for everyone talking to us, I think staff's been great. This was a really good experience. I've worked with many other councils or areas and really struggled. I've always said that we want to be part of the problem. We don't want to be the enemy, and we don't want to be viewed as the enemy. And so as part of the, we want to be part of the help. I don't want to sell tobacco to minors. Honestly, I know where the problem is. All the problem is vape. We all see it. It's those little vapes, and they're flavored. And ironically, the state of California has banned flavored vapes. Most of these aren't coming from us. They're coming from the internet. I can honestly tell you that. I just don't see kids doing combustible cigarettes anymore. And I think you're right on when you were talking, Supervisor, that I think we need to go to real simple here. What we want to do is, I think it's great if we put in a tobacco license and we go out and check and we try to find who's selling to minors. That's ultimately our goal, is to find out where our problems are and then figure out how to address those. But I don't know if when we say, prices need to be a minimum of $10 a pack or some of these stuff, I think we're getting down in the weeds, and I think it's very hard to enforce. I can say though, my customers also, and let's not lose sight of that, want to be able to buy tobacco in their county at a price that's reasonable. And these are adults. These are adult consumers, and the adult consumers are very upset. Because right now they can just simply go to Folsom. If you're in El Dorado Hills, they can go to the Indian Casino And Indian casinos, I'm not familiar with this one, but I live up by the one up in Thunder Valley. They have lines twice a week that do hundreds of thousands of dollars because they can sell flavored tobacco that the state of California can't. And so I don't know if some of these others are really solving our problem. I'll support all of these because I think they're all good middle ground for us. And I just wanted to say I appreciate the process and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Mark Strow. My brother and I own 3 ARCO AMPMs in El Dorado County and have operated here for 20 years. Before I begin, I want to thank staff and the county for engaging with business and listening, not just for our sake, but for our customers and our employees too. I also want to thank Andy Flower, Anna Kwan, and Bianca Dinkler, who have been helping me through entitling 2 locations in the county. I want to focus my comments on the tobacco ordinance mean to local businesses who are deciding to invest and establish new gas stations because I believe that the ordinance will limit future growth and investment in El Dorado County. Tobacco sales represents 25 to 30% of my in-store sales. When the ordinance passed in November of 2024, I was completely surprised because the ordinance 5210 created a setback that would make it so I could not sell tobacco and therefore we would not be able to build the locations. I have already invested over $3 million with tobacco sales. The projects would no longer pencil. At that point, I had been working on entitlements for 4 and 5 years. Fortunately, the board and staff were willing to listen to hear for our comments, and now options C and D are proposing to amend the tobacco ordinance to grandfather businesses with pending development applications to address projects like mine. However, I don't want any future gas station owners to go through the same thing. Developing a gas station takes years, while the owner may select a location beyond the 1,000 or 1,500 foot setback for sensitive uses. A sensitive use is like a daycare can quickly establish, and those owners will have the same problem that I had, which a lot of uncertainty and is not friendly to business. I believe eliminating setbacks for gas stations will encourage future C-store gas station development in El Dorado County. Additionally, the density limitations under option D also stifles the development of gas stations, as I believe the county has already exceeded that amount. Eliminating setbacks and density for gas stations means more jobs and more opportunities for residents. Lastly, we also support A and B, which would repeal the TRL ordinance because it would eliminate unnecessary layer of local control. Our businesses are already heavily regulated, but if the board wants to keep with the TRL ordinance under C and D, we may ask that you eliminate setbacks and density limits for gas stations.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
My name is Kevin Kindo with Kindo Petroleum. My family and I are residents of Cameron Park. We own and operate the Chevron in Cameron Park as well as a Beach Hut Deli off Cambridge Road. We purchased a development site in Cameron Park a couple years ago. We love doing business in this county and love servicing people of this county. We greatly appreciate the efforts made by this board to address proper revisions to this ordinance. We support all efforts to protect the public and especially the youth from any harms associated with tobacco use. However, these ordinances currently miss the mark. Gas stations and convenience stores serve the community in many ways greater than simply tobacco sales. These ordinances regulating gas stations hurt the county. Our concerns lie with the sensitive setback use. 1,000-foot setbacks do not allow us to develop our development site. These setbacks make operations in this county difficult for every business owner and developer. There are many other sites like ours which would be impacted. With the county budget deficit, this development alone helps county's financial health tremendously. We ask that you adopt option A or option B recommended by the Chief Administrative Office. This recommendation allows traditional retail convenience stores to continue while protecting the community through more effective restrictions. Additionally, we request that all restrictions should only apply to smoke shops. We hope you consider our comments, and we look forward to continued collaboration with the county on appropriate measures to keep the public safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Come on up. If you guys are going to speak on the item, come on up, stand in line. It would really help.
Hello, my name is Ashley and I'm here on behalf of Cameron Park Petroleum and Stroud Company. We operate gas stations, convenience stores throughout El Dorado County. First off, I want to thank the county staff for taking the time to meet with retailers and review the impact of these ordinances that they make to our businesses. The ordinances may look like policy on paper a lot of times, but for businesses like ours, they do have real financial consequences. As Mark, our owner, stated, our tobacco sales are represented about 25 to 30% for in-store sales, and we do have 2 locations that we've invested millions of dollars into that we're working on right now that we have been for a few years. At Stroud, my job is to run our ID compliance program. So we take ID compliance very, very seriously. I run weekly audits through our age verification system, which tracks birth dates that are put in, IDs, that kind of thing. I also meet with our managers to find out how we can better train our employees to get them to be compliant. In addition to that, we also have our own internal secret shops as well as secret shops that we pay through a different company. So we have a lot of different layers in ID verification that we take very seriously. I came from a family of smokers. I do not smoke myself. But working with different, youth groups in the past and whatnot, I understand the gravity of that. And we want to be partners with you guys to ensure that kids are not getting a hold of these products. I will say for our products, we sell very little vape. We have a couple on the shelf and they really don't sell. I want to really focus on the fact that, with these products, what we've seen with the youth is that they're getting them out of state. They're getting them, from different areas that are not necessarily fuel and convenience. So I really want to push that home. We really support options A and B. We are willing to, kind of engage with C and D as long as those setbacks are set aside. Our part of the business is affected. We don't just employ people at the gas station. We also are unique in that we have car washes. So we actually have not full service, but express car washes where we employ employees that are attendants. During the winter time or during slow sales, those tobacco sales actually help fund those jobs as well. I would roughly say that we have about 40 employees across 2 sites with both gas station and car wash. So that revenue is extremely important to be able to provide jobs to people in the county of El Dorado. I just want to wrap it up by saying, we really appreciate you guys taking the feedback, and we encourage, eliminating the setbacks and density limits for gas stations. Penalizing responsible operators doesn't protect youth. It just pushes development and tax revenue out of the county.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Graham, and I'm the CEO of a statewide organization called the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. We proudly represent our retailers, convenience stores in all of the state of California. As you consider the tobacco retail ordinance options before you, we support an approach that does achieve public health goals without undermining the local economy that funds essential county services. Your staff economic analysis makes this choice critical. As you guys mentioned, that's about $865,000. And while the numbers might not seem like the most important, we represent convenience stores that are small, family-owned businesses who also employ their families, but also employ other employees in your county. These numbers are not theoretical, and other restrictions that we've seen throughout the state, you're reducing sales by that 65 to 75%. That's pretty average on what we've seen in the state. In this county, when customers drive to Placer Vero Folsom, as you guys have mentioned, to avoid the restrictions, El Dorado County loses that revenue permanently. They'll change, like as the other woman mentioned, they'll change the way that they do business. Our retailers have invested their life savings in serving your communities. They're not specialty tobacco shops. They provide fuel, food, and essential services that residents depend on daily. They deserve regulations that recognize this distinction. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lee Martine with the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance, and we represent fuel and convenience retailers throughout El Dorado County who appreciate the board's consideration of the multiple options for moving forward. We support reasonable tobacco regulation, but want to ensure implementation doesn't create unintended economic consequences. Your staff's analysis shows that restrictive tobacco regulations could cost the county up to $865,000 annually lost in sales tax revenue from gas stations alone. Independent retailers who anchor our local communities need workable regulations that allow them to remain competitive and keep tax revenue local. Our members are committed to responsible retailing and compliance with all tobacco regulations. However, some provisions create operational challenges that could force business closures or prevent legitimate business transfers when owners retire or sell. Gas stations and convenience stores operate very differently from smoke shops and should be regulated accordingly. Cross-border shopping is a real concern. When regulations are too restrictive, customers simply drive to neighboring jurisdictions, taking their tax dollars with them. Regarding the setbacks, the proposed 1,000-foot distances from child care facilities would create impossible operational challenges. That's over 3 football fields away. We believe in reasonable setbacks of 250 feet would still address the public health concerns while allowing existing businesses to remain viable and continue to serve their communities. The options before you today offer balanced solutions. We specifically support approaches that would protect existing businesses through reasonable grandfathering provisions, allowing license transferability for legitimate business sales, and again, establishing reasonable setback distances that reflect actual community needs. CFCA is committed to working with the board on solutions that maintain appropriate oversight while supporting local businesses, preserving jobs, and keeping tax revenue in El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, my name is Matt Strow. I also co-own the 3 ARCO AMPMs in our area. Thank you for allowing me to address these important distinctions between smoke shops and gas stations. Though both are retail businesses, their roles, investments, and community value greatly. The key differences are smoke shops mainly sell tobacco, vaping products, and accessories. They require limited space, a small investment, often tens of thousands of dollars, while their offer is only geared towards tobacco and vape accessories. Gas stations demand much higher investments, often exceeding several $1 million, covering land, fuel and infrastructure, safety, and environmental requirements. They serve a broad population with a much wider offer, often acting as community hubs with extended amenities that contribute to a large portion of sales tax back to the community. So why classify them differently? Gas stations provide essential services, face stricter regulations, and make a far greater economic contribution than smoke shops. Treating them the same diminishes their value and could deter needed investment. Distinct classification ensures proper support and recognition for gas stations, benefiting our community and economy. Gas stations have a lot more invested. This is why our carding policy is so strict. We do a lot of training and reinforcement to make sure that we are only selling to 21 plus and over. Because of these differences, please consider this distinction between the two when making your decision about the new ordinance. Thank you for your attention and commitment to our community.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dylan Singh. I'm from Cambridge Liquor and Martindale Properties LLC. We've been operating in this county for 25 years, and we look to expand into this county. The biggest question I think everyone had was, how would that impact the business if the transferability of a tobacco license? So we experienced that in the city of Sacramento. We didn't have our tobacco license for at least a month when we took over, and we lost about 20% in revenue inside and about 10% volume loss outside year to date from the previous ownership. So it does play a big part as a consumer, as I think all the gentlemen here look at from the consumer standpoint. When we go into a station or a liquor store, whatever it may be, if they're not offering what we would like, they're just going to walk out and go to the next county or whatever it may be. I mean, I've heard stories of, we operate about several sites in the Sacramento area as well, and they'll go to Reno to get their flavored tobacco, and they'll drive 2 hours or whatever it may be to get what they need. So I think that, or option A would be the best. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for hearing me. My name is Tom. I'm going to give you some of the common man thoughts here, okay? A lot of my friends are smokers. I have friends that are not smokers. I don't smoke around them for courtesy, but I hear things, people talk. One couple went on a cruise and they were sitting around talking with other smokers that weren't smoking because they're on a cruise. Did you know that you can go online and buy cigarettes? No. And so everybody passed around the information about where you could go. I think one guy's name is Red Dave or something that you can go online and buy. And then another circumstance is, you're going to Oregon? Yes. Well, most smokers know how much money they spend a year on cigarettes because it's money. It's all about money, as you all know. You're going to Oregon? Way up there, bring me back $700 with this stuff because they know they're going to spend that much money. So you got to be careful. And we depend on you guys to make the right decisions on protecting our kids. But you got to remember their money. It all goes back to money. And if you make it hard for people to buy cigarettes, they're going to go somewhere else. Okay, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paramjit Kara, and I'm a retailer since '95 in El Dorado County. I have started with the Cameron Park, and I have a few convenience stores with my family, with different city in this El Dorado County. My opinion is, since we have a surrounding Folsom, Placer County, and in Nevada states, and also city of Placerville have a similar law was, didn't pass. So all the El Dorado County, we probably, losing our revenue, our retailer, losing our revenue to Placer County, state of Nevada, Folsom, and city of Placerville, and also probably county lose their revenue to them. So my request is to be option A and B. Please consider that, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is a very, very simple issue. New gas stations / convenience stores are extremely expensive to open. They're extremely expensive to open. Gas stations and convenience stores collect a lot of taxes for El Dorado County. A lot of it goes towards public safety. The current ordinance makes it unlikely or extremely difficult to open a new gas station / convenience store. So I hope your board starts the ball rolling today of what obviously we have to do, which is to get rid of this restriction on the opening of new gas that adversely affects the opening of new gas stations and convenience stores. You talk about public health. One of the silliest things we did during COVID, I think we paid $250,000 for a study, a public health study. I think the lady was from San Antonio. Help me out, Schwartz. I can't think, Carolyn Pritchard or something like that. And before we did the study, we already knew the answer. The higher the income, the better the economy, and the best public health in El Dorado County is in El Dorado Hills because the average income is the highest there. So when we restrict economic development, I'm going through all this for you, Supervisor Parlin, because of you mentioned that you're concerned about public health. When we restrict our economy, it has an adverse effect on public health. As far as smoke shops, I'm all for lawful regulation of smoke shops and keeping it away from schools, etc. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
It's
Hey,
still
Debbie.
morning. Good morning, Debbie Manning, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce, also speaking. I know it's a reverse for the county chamber. Um, Actually, Joe, our auditor controller, I think said it very well. I could go into a lot of other details, but I think you've probably heard it all. I do want to commend Kyle Zimbelman and Karen Gardner for actually listening to the stakeholders. You know, so many times we seem to make decisions and we forget to include the stakeholders and the ramifications to them. With that, both the El Dorado Hills Chamber and the County Chamber, we do support option A. That would be our first choice. A is the best. However, we do understand that B is also a doable alternative. Your support of A or B will show that this board is serious about being a business-friendly county. We have to listen to our industries. We have to be respectful. You have all these people here who came up and they spoke and they commended your staff. They've commended everybody. No one wants to sell tobacco to minors. Minors will find it. Unfortunately, laws are made to be broken. We do hope that you will support A or B. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Gurinder Singh. I'm a retailer in El Dorado County since 2009. One thing that I'm proud of is that since 2009, we have not received any ticket for selling to the minor. Other thing I want to emphasize here is by restricting that we cannot sell the cigarette pack under $10 or we cannot sell a 5-pack. Tobacco industry already is enough regulated by state and federal government. And this tobacco sales for the small stores is a big portion of our sales. And it's also a significant portion for the revenue for the county also. And my recommendation or my suggestion is A or B, and don't force the small businesses out of your county. They're bread and butter. Actually, that's all I have to say, nothing more. But my request is let the state and federal government take care of this, not come up with our own, try to drive the tax revenue away from the county.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Board chambers want to speak? Come on up. Anybody? Let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Wow, deja vu. Kelly Nelavia, El Dorado Hills seemed to be having this constitutional conversation when this ordinance was coming to pass. And we're certainly seeing now, I think, in our budget crisis, a difference of opinion, which is refreshing and also frustrating. I wanted to give you a little bit of data because we keep talking about kids. Again, I'll repeat, I am the mother of a now very long teen addict. Cigarettes was never one of his drugs of choice. In a recent survey, when it came to tobacco use of kids ages 14 to 17, in 8th grade, 4% admitted, in 10th grade, 6%, and in 12th grade, 9%. Let's compare that to alcohol. In 8th grade, 15%, 10th grade, 29%, and 12th grade, 44%. Going to e-cigarettes and vaping, which I will confirm, there is a black market. Believe it or not, there's quite a ring of kids who have become entrepreneurs at Oak Ridge and actually have found access to them and are selling them, kind of like we used to do with gum in the 6th grade. I remember buying a piece of gum for 25 cents from somebody in 6th grade who had developed his own little business. E-cigarettes, 8th grade, 12%, 10th grade, 20%, and 10th grade, 20%, 12th grade, 25%. Let's also go to the obesity rate that currently in California is 31% of kids ages 10 to 17. So we've got a lot of problems when it comes to our kids that we could sit there and say, let's close the McDonald's. Let's get rid of all of the artificial candy and preservatives. We're using that as a scapegoat. I'm sorry. It's a fact. It's an idealistic thing, but again, we have to go to people's constitutional rights to commerce. Do I like smoking cigarettes? No. Well, maybe in college, but currently, no. Kids resort to vaping. Mom and dad can't smell it. It's kind of a backdoor thing. But these people in small business especially deserve the constitutional right to legal commerce. And I'm happy to see that the realization that this was an overstretch of that right. I wish I didn't think it was because of budgets and revenue falling that this is suddenly a motivation of you all, but if that's what it takes, I'll take it in support of our small businesses and gas stations. As for the smoke shops, again, personally, I don't like them. Should we regulate them? I'm gonna leave that to y'all to decide what you think is a constitutional right. Let's be a constitutional county. That's what we're founded on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
And now taking public comment from Jessica Belcher.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Belcher. I am a substance use counselor for New Morning Youth and Family Services, and I work in the schools to address some of the nicotine addiction that's pretty prevalent. One of the youth that I work with asked me to read a letter that she wrote in comment to you guys. So I'm going to do that now. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm a youth member speaking on behalf of El Dorado County Youth Action Council. While I'm unable to attend in person today, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on the accessibility of tobacco products to youth and the dangers that come with it. We all recognize the importance of supporting local and small businesses. They're the backbone of our community. However, it is equally important to acknowledge that some of the businesses may unintentionally contribute to the youth harm. In a town like ours, tobacco retailers make it easy for youth to access vape and other harmful products. These products are not made for youth, yet they are clearly marketed towards us, using colorful packaging and candy-like flavors, which are designed to appeal to young people. I've witnessed this issue firsthand at Union Mine High School within friend groups and even in some families. I've seen classmates struggle with addiction before they've even turned 18. This isn't just a health issue, it's a safety issue. So this is why we are asking you to take a stand. Maybe this is through stronger policies or better enforcement. We urge everyone listening to continue helping youth in El Dorado County. We should all work together to keep the youth safe, healthy, and let them have the futures they deserve. Don't let youth find an addiction that they never should have had access to. Once, when I was attending a city hall meeting, I remember a mom saying, if it's not your kid's time right now, it may be soon. And this could happen to anyone in the future. Not only does addiction harm youth, but it also harms these friends, families, school environments, and so much more. So let's think about who we are selling to and why before tobacco products are being sold. Thank you for your time, Anna. Thank you again for letting me read this to you guys. It is definitely a problem for us. And I know that it is not, no one intends to sell to the youth, but it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Just a couple things on the presentation real quick. I noticed on page 7, the numbers that it shows is showing statewide information, but yet there's no representation of how many offenders have been uncovered specifically in El Dorado County. So I think it's kind of an unfair representation to say, well, the state's like this, because the state includes larger cities, Sacramento, San Francisco, LA, things like that. How does that really equate to what we're dealing with in El Dorado County? Because that's what we're here to talk about. If we talk about continuing some form of enforcement that apparently the state or the federal government can't do, what's the cost of that enforcement? I'm assuming that there's monitoring that has to happen. And I'm also assuming that not everyone actually.
Linda, we lost your sound.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so ultimately, I think that the regulation should come from the state or federal government. When this was first passed, I also said I think this is a lot of overreach. And a lot of these businesses, I'm pretty proud of these owners that are stepping up. They're not huge corporations, they're individuals that decide to do a business. I agree with the point that we should hopefully have El Dorado County be small business friendly. So with that, I would say also that I agree that it would be either option A, worst case option B. I would say keep in mind with option B, as Supervisor Parlin said, there used to be 4 smoke shops in Georgetown. Now there's only 3. I think the market will take care of who they want to do business with or not. And those that aren't right, they will go out of business. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
Well, I would note that Emma has created a fantastic spreadsheet that may help the board with their direction. So if we want to have her pull that up, maybe that'll help guide the conversation.
Okay. That was quick.
On the
Thank
fly,
you.
huh?
Is that the spreadsheet that was attached?
Yeah, so Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. If you choose one of the options, then I don't need to bring up the spreadsheet, but the Word document that is an attachment. But if you do want to variate from those options, then it'll help walk you through kind of the choices that need to be made. So we have clear direction that we can bring back to you.
Okay. Probably want to deviate. Honestly, I just want to get a feel from the board though. Do we want to really focus on smoke shops? Because to me, that's, what's the right word? That's a big one. And I do think that, generally when, you talk to members of the public, they just do not appreciate seeing smoke shops popping up. And in my mind, a smoke shop, because it says smoke shop right on the front of it, it does normalize, cigarette smoking more than inside a gas station, because gas stations don't have the big word smoke shop on the outside. It's inside. Hopefully it's not as, I don't know. We're trying not to normalize things, but again, marketing, but the smoke shops to me, and they have the more, issues with, sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry. Words are not working, but the smoke shops have more violations per this data. And I was sent an article from Jeff Warren that the city of Modesto actually just put in a smoke shop specific ordinance just last week, I believe, because they're having problems. So it's not, we're not unique in that. I think the smoke shops tend to be a problem just about everywhere they are. And so just trying to get a pulse. Is everybody
No,
okay on focusing on those?
I'll start. So first of all, I want to thank all the 3 departments for working together. I mean, you guys did a lot of work. Really appreciate the information on the economic development. However, this decision, and my feelings on this subject has nothing to do with economic development, except for the business owners, not even for the county. I really don't think this ordinance or 5211 is going to have a huge impact on youth smoking. But with that being said, one of my laundromats, we were next door to a smoke shop, and it's since closed, and it was sketchy at best. And you see, there were some nefarious things going on there. And so, I mean, I would support B, get rid of 5211. We amend 5210 to focus on smoke shops only.
And I don't know if getting rid of one or the other though can get us there. I guess that's my question is, Do we want to have inspections on smoke shops? Because if we do, we have to have the ordinance. You can't do inspections without a license and an ordinance. You can't. And the state doesn't do them frequently or often. Therefore, that's where the local control came in, was we could do inspections if we had the ordinance. We don't have to do inspections on gas stations necessarily. I think we can just focus on smoke shops if we wanted to. That's what the city of Modesto just did. So, because my understanding, the word you used was sketchy. And, you know, we don't need sketchy businesses in our county. And, without the ordinance and a license, we cannot inspect.
Yeah. I don't know if it's necessary. There's gonna be so few of them.
There's only 10, so.
And I think, Mr. Warren, the inspections, when 5211 was authored, the intent was to handle the inspections of the businesses, gas stations, liquor stores in your normal course of duties for business inspections, correct?
Correct.
Do we do that would that apply? Well, I guess we would. I just answered my question. You would do that for smoke shops normally, even without this ordinance?
No.
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
Environmental
Okay.
management would not be going to
There's
smoke
different
shops.
items.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be subject to decoy operations from El Dorado Sheriff's Department.
And they could do that without this ordinance?
They're currently doing that now, yes.
Yeah.
And just to kind of clarify with the Modesto article that I sent out that was recently passed, smoke shops in the Modesto area were found by the city to have a lot of illicit activity about gambling and marijuana sales and other items like that. And so that's why their city council passed that ordinance, much like the longest process. But that is administered by the police department, and the annual fees are $1,600 for that.
So I think we do the same thing, but we don't need the ordinance. Is
Well,
that what I'm hearing?
you have to have an ordinance to
Yeah,
do those
so-
things. That's my point.
But we have state law. State law supersedes. You said the sheriff's department is already doing sting operations, correct? Without this ordinance being in place.
To my knowledge, yes, they do have their programs that do decoy operations where, on the state website, you can sign up as if you're between 15 and 20 years old, you can sign up to be a decoy in your county, and they put you in contact with those organizations. I'm not familiar with that program, so I can't really go into more details about how they operate that. But I know that in talks with public health and the grant administration, they were a part of that conversation.
Yeah, and I don't think we need an ordinance because currently let's just consider liquor. Law enforcement agencies can go in and force shoulder tap operations and have decoys and without a county ordinance, just based on state law.
Right. And I'm just gonna say it again, if you want actual inspections with a license so that you know what a smoke shop should have in it, and you want to go verify what it has in it, you have to have an ordinance to do that. And I get what you're saying, that, you know, the decoy program, but that's just to see if they're gonna sell. You don't actually get to go inside and see what is there to verify. And to your point, behind what some of the counters is problematic. So, you know, I'm just trying to put it out there for you. If you want an actual inspection and a license for smoke shops, you must have an ordinance, a local ordinance. The state laws, they don't come out and actually check and verify.
So how about this? I get what you're saying, Supervisor Parham, about smoke shops. But before us today is, it is convoluted, but I'm gonna move to repeal them both. I was there before, and then if we want an ordinance on smoke shops, we direct staff to bring it back, and maybe the framework is Modesto. But, you know, I concern as well as Supervisor Ferrero, liquor stores, drug stores, where do we stop? So if there's a problem, then yes, we deal with it. I get the looks, the blight and potential, but our sheriff's not standing here telling us we've got a major problem with only 10 in the county. I know there's more in the cities. So I would move option A.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Is there another motion? Or would you want to go further discussion? I mean, what do you guys want to do?
Given the time and what we've got still
Yeah, I
ahead
know.
of us.
I know, we
I
got.
think it'd almost be simpler
You
to
want to have.
Yeah.
eliminate them both and start from scratch on a focused smoke shop ordinance if that's where we
I
want
don't
to
know
go?
if that's necessarily accurate. We better ask staff if it's easier to modify one that's already in process or start over, because I think to start over, we would have to do a resolution and all of that. Would it, I just want to make sure that we're clear on what you're saying is actually true. If we were to say no on this and starting over, or would it be easier to modify?
So I can't speak to the staff effort associated with it, so you will have to talk to staff about that. I mean, process-wise, adoption of a new ordinance as compared with modification of an existing one. Frankly, process-wise, you have similar steps, particularly if you're talking about amendments to the zoning ordinance, which I think is what you're describing, or a new, either amendments to or a new zoning ordinance specifically focused on smoke shops. As I think was discussed in the staff report, there was a process that commences with adoption of a resolution of intent, then the proposed ordinance, again, whether a new or an amendment to an existing one, goes before the planning commission for review and recommendation, ultimately then back to your board for approval. So the approval process is, I think, not too dissimilar as between those two options. Again, I'd have to defer to staff as to whether or not one option versus the other has some efficiencies.
There probably would be some efficiencies in not repealing them, and we'd do the repeal process, and then we'd have to come back through with the resolution of intention and go to the planning commission and then come back for the new ordinance for smoke shops. If you did want us to modify them, we could continue to delay enforcement and then make the ordinances only apply to smoke shops.
And then we wouldn't have to go back through the planning commission and all that, right?
No matter what, any change to the zoning ordinance will require a resolution of intention and then going back to the planning commission.
But I'm saying if we just modify what we have right now, because it's already,
We still have to go.
still have to go
Yeah,
back.
we still have to adopt a resolution of intention and go to the planning
Okay.
commission.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? Brooke?
Well, I mean,
No, I really wanted just to make modifications is where I was hoping to go.
and then I hate legislating from the dais like that. It just feels like, we have very little data on just smoke shops, although I agree with both your observations in general. But I just feel like we're gonna make the same mistake. We would be excluding, public input from those particular groups at this point if we were gonna do it from the dais. I hate throwing the baby out with the bathwater, personally. I'm really struggling with that. I think that there are some remedies that we have already identified between the retailers and ourselves, and there's agreement on that without going specifically into what they are. A lot of the public comment that we heard you. And I think we can massage what we already have to incorporate that. But I'm really struggling with just throwing the whole tobacco ordinance out and replacing it with a very specific focus on smoke shops.
Yeah.
I could maybe
kinda
get
with
there,
you
I don't
there.
know.
I got a question. You were talking about smoke shops and we have.
And that's my gut feeling. There's no
Right.
stats to back that up.
And the biggest thing is, if there is issues, obviously there has to be issues if they're closing, because the sheriff must be doing a pretty good job, correct? Wouldn't you think?
I don't know if you can assume that. I mean,
Yeah.
restaurants and stuff close all
Yeah.
the time.
Well, I
mean,
know,
don't
but
know
I'm
if you
just,
can
I'm just
achieve-
asking that because that's one of the biggest things that they respond if there is a complaint. They're the ones that respond to it. And my personal opinion, I agree with the motion and the second that we already have. And I think we could probably bring it back, Emma, and we could look into the smoke shops at a later date, or bring it back and bring an ordinance on that. Can we do that?
So the motion included directing staff to return with the smoke
Right.
shop ordinance?
Right.
At least talking with our sheriff and see.
I think we need to
Yeah.
start
finding the
there, yeah.
problem. I like to define problems.
Okay.
I haven't seen that in, I get what they look like and what they are, but having not ever been in one either, and I don't care to go in one.
Right.
Yeah.
They must be filling some void, and it may not be the right void, but again, it hasn't hit me right in the face yet.
All right.
Well, and
I
also.
don't want it to hit me right in the face, but.
Well, we don't.
you
We
know what I
don't
mean?
want
Yeah.
that. Also with the concern with the distance from schools, you guys don't have any concerns about that then? Because I still do. I mean, I would like a buffer from schools at a minimum
On the tobacco.
on tobacco, generally speaking.
And the setbacks are for new, right?
Of course.
Not existing, so.
Correct.
I mean, what we have, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because that's kind of what started all this and really big last.
So we
was it
don't have
last year?
anything, but is there ed code that covers setbacks from schools? Nothing,
Nothing,
absolutely nothing.
right. And that's,
What was the flap then at Motherlode? I don't know. I don't, maybe you would, I was told it was 1,000 or 1,500 feet or something, and that was maybe out of ed code,
Mhm.
educational code, of the state of California, no? Okay.
It's baked into cannabis.
yeah, there was a big workshop. I think it was Supervisor Thomas and Heidel, I believe, had a big workshop with the community at the school, if I recall. And the families really didn't want tobacco sold that close. And so out of that workshop, they brought it back and suggested that we have a setback from schools because there is not one right now. There isn't one, not in our land use nor in the state or federal. We found out there's no requirement for a setback of tobacco sales from a school. And so that was something the community really showed up large for. And so we were trying to incorporate that. And again, I'm just saying, I think that when we started looking at other county ordinances, we did get off in the weeds too much. I agree, but there was really some really basic things that, the community agreed on. And one of them was a setback from schools. Now, maybe the word sensitive receptors is too inclusive. Maybe we want to just say the word schools, because I hear what you're saying. A daycare could pop up almost anywhere, and that could make things very difficult. And but schools definitely, I just feel shouldn't have tobacco sales near them. I think we have that same restriction for liquor stores, I believe. For sure, cannabis, we know that. So it is something that we can do locally.
Well, I got a question. The state requires a certain amount of setbacks, I'm sure, correct?
No,
No, they're
we
saying
just-
no from schools.
No, we asked
Nothing
that
from-
question.
Nothing at all, huh?
No,
So-
that is why if we want a setback, we have to do it. This is the whole thing about local control. There's some things that aren't regulated setbacks. So if we want that locally, we have to put that in our planning documents.
So how about if we, let's say, looking at B again, eliminate 5211, keep 5210, focus primarily on the numbers of smoke shops and include setbacks to schools on all tobacco retailers.
So then, it just depends on, I personally would want to keep 5211 down on the bottom of our spreadsheet. It talks about make other changes, the retail licenses. So I would ask that we require smoke shops to have a license so we can go in and inspect them and then not transfer them once they close. I just don't think smoke shops are something that we need to have in El Dorado County when tobacco is available at gas stations and other stores. It's like, and those are the biggest thing I get reaction from community members is, dear Lord, do we need another smoke shop? I mean, those words come out of people's mouths every day, I feel like. So, and we can do that. We can issue licenses to smoke shops specifically. We have what a smoke shop is defined as 30% or more of their product is tobacco. We make them have a license, we inspect them, and we make it so that that license is not transferable. And then someday we won't have smoke shops. And the gas stations, I'm not as concerned about, quite honestly, other than the distance to the school. That was a thing that came up at those workshops with the community. Because I believe that was going to be an actual gas station that sold tobacco within a block walking distance of a school. That's kind of how we got here.
Yeah. So I for the smoke shops for like licensing and stuff like, I think I'd want to see some evidence as opposed to my gut and your gut, you really do.
Well, just go talk to some of your residents and see.
I've never, then no one's told me, but I mean,
Do you have a
I don't know if we
smoke
have
shop
any
in-
in El Dorado.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one in Cameron Park and that was next door to us.
Yeah,
Um,
and I do, when they pop up, people just go, really, I get that complaint often. It's like, do we need another smoke shop? And I'm like, probably
Yeah.
not.
So right now we got a motion and a second. All right, and I know we have discussions, or good discussions that's going on. I would advise maybe have staff look into it, especially when it comes to setbacks in our smoke shops, and then we could bring that back later, because we can't just say, hey, there's gonna be setback of 200 feet or 500 feet or 1,000 feet. We don't know what it's gonna be. We have no idea. And I don't want to make that judgment until we look into it a little bit deeper.
Well, we already made that judgment and we're just
Well,
talking about
I-
modifying it.
I understand.
That's what we are up here to do, is to
Yeah.
consider those things. That's really our job
But
today. I'm just saying, that's why we're here, George.
all right, I understand, but we already got a motion in a second. All right. So all those in favor by saying aye?
I'm sorry, can I just?
Oh, go
have-
ahead.
Have
All right.
clarification. So, right now, because are we going with Supervisor Veerkamp's motion
yeah.
of A with direction to staff to return to the board with a smoke shop ordinance to allow for inspections for license, to ensure that smoke shops are complying with state law, and then two, that smoke shop license are not transferable. Is that direction included with A?
And then I would include setbacks too.
So with regards to ordinance 5210, are you directing staff to return to the board with a recommendation as to setbacks?
Mhm.
I'd at least like information.
Yeah,
And then
Information,
we can
okay.
determine whether we need to go there, in my opinion.
okay.
So what was the motion again?
Can we read it?
Read it back, Kim.
Okay, well, so
To say,
so it would be option A with direction to staff to, one, return to the board regarding ordinance 5210 with information as far as setbacks from schools from tobacco retailers, and also directing staff to return to the board with a smoke shop ordinance to allow for licenses in order to permit the inspection of smoke shops to ensure compliance with state law.
Okay. So we got a
Can
motion?
It-
and-
Can I clarify that it might
Okay.
be simpler to have first staff return to the board with information on smoke shops in the county and options for an ordinance? It'd be hard to draft an ordinance without more specific direction from the board.
yeah, I think that'd be,
All
yeah,
right.
we need the
I would
information
like
before we.
information.
Information on,
Information on
Information.
both.
okay.
So,
We'll determine if we got a problem. My
all right,
opinion.
so Kim, do we have to read that back, or do we got?
I just think eliminate what I said, and then when you're directing staff to return to the board with further information on smoke shops, and then amending ordinance 5210 as to setbacks from schools.
No, no amendment.
No.
Return when information on both.
Okay,
Mhm.
with information, okay.
So eliminate it in both and bring back the information.
Yes.
Okay, so we got a first and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those
No.
opposed?
No. And I want the record to reflect, I really was hoping that we could modify this to make it work for everyone. So I do appreciate your comments. And I was really trying to get there and keep an ordinance. So thank you.
Motion passes 3-2 with supervisors Parlin and Lane registering a no vote.
All right, so I guess we can go ahead and break for lunch and then come back at 1:15. Is that good? Everybody okay with that? 1:15?
1:15,
We
yep.
have left.
All right, okay.
You come to have it.
Right?
Get your mics on. Everybody got their mics on? Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time to the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, will you please open?
We are now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Okay, come on up. Come on up, Brandon. It's good seeing you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division, Government Affairs, Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Here today to provide a quick update, but also raise an awareness item and request some support. So as everyone knows, PG&E has a very large portfolio of work occurring throughout the county currently. A couple of examples would be a great partnership with your Resource Conservation District on implementing some strategically targeted fuels reduction work. We have a great partnership with Garden Valley Fire Protection District and the establishment of a hand crew up there to support targeted fuels work. But really the dominant theme in terms of PG&E's workflow in El Dorado County right now is our undergrounding work. So the way I describe our undergrounding work is it's a little bit of short-term pain for permanent gain. The short-term pain being traffic control, things like dust and noise associated with typical construction activities. The long-term permanent gain is the fact that once the system's in the ground, it's effectively storm-proof, fireproof, and the silver lining being that there's no longer vegetation management required. So that's less entry onto private property, less trees being removed and the like. The reason I'm here today is because we have been getting reports from our field personnel of a variety of things, people speeding and doing burnouts through traffic control, verbally harassing our crews, swearing at them, yelling at them, obscene hand gestures, and things of that nature. And it's a bit concerning because, you know, a lot of these folks live in El Dorado County. They volunteer in your schools, they go to your churches, they coach Little League, and they're just out there doing a job. So I just want to request for the broader community, you know, please treat them with dignity and respect. They're doing a job out there. It's big, it's important safety work, it's impactful, but in the end, it's going to be a great improvement to the county. And anything you guys can do to reinforce that with your communities, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. This weekend, I had the occasion to hike Mount Murphy Road and take photographs of the deteriorating conditions of the double chip seal that was done last July by American Pavement Services. And obviously by the pictures that you should have received in an email that I sent to the Board of Supervisors, County Council, and to Rafael Martinez, the situation is getting worse than ever. But as I was going up Mount Murphy Road, and I heard some voices off to the side of the road, and it sounded like somebody was violently getting ill. And so I went on the sort of a driveway on private property, and directly across the street, of course, is the Marshall Gold Discovery Park. But as I got onto the property, there was a huge pile of trash and garbage. There was a truck there, and it became very obvious that there was like a homeless encampment there. And rather than get in any closer, I took a few pictures. It definitely was not a safe situation. There are a lot of people who hike Mount Murphy, a lot of people who are coming to the park on regular occasions, hiking and biking and whatever. But on when I got to the top of Mount Murphy and was talking to my neighbor about the conditions of the road and what I had just observed on this, you know, about the homeless encampment, on my way back down the hill, there was a truck coming out full of firewood. And so the individual who was driving the truck was toothless and wanted to make conversation with me. And it was not a conversation I wanted to get into on a remote road without my neighbor or somebody else being nearby to call for help. Fortunately, I got a photograph of his car with the firewood on there. And then when I got back down to my home, I called the sheriff's department and asked them to do a drive-by and check on this. And so Deputy Hubert from the Sheriff's Department went out and inspected this with his partner yesterday. And long story short, I also sent him some pictures of a recent fire that we had down in the Marshall Gold Discovery Park that was started by a homeless person on the 18th of July. I'll be forwarding that into the public record. But also on another topic, I wanted to just say that I had put in a Public Record Act request about a service agreement with former CAO Don Ashton. And the response that I got back was less than sufficient from apparently county council, and they did not send me what I had hoped to receive. And I said, typically the county has something to hide. In fact, about 2 weeks ago, I spotted Don Ashton at a local eatery
Thank
with
you. Thank you,
supervisors
Melody.
George Turnbull and Lori Parlin.
Thank you, Melody. Thank
Point
you.
is there needs to be a response to the Public Record Act
Thank you,
request.
Melody. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Dean Getz, I arise to identify to you the growing concerns related to the various subdivisions that have been installed throughout the county and those that are coming online in the foreseeable future. For example, Promontory South, which is in the works, and Marble Valley, which is in the consideration phase. I remind the county that the California Subdivisions Map Act, specifically Government Code 66411, entrusts the county with the critical responsibility of overseeing and regulating the design and the improvement of these subdivisions, including the common interest development CCNRs under section 4100 and 6534. The idea that the county assigns maintenance responsibilities for its public property or its affiliated government agencies such as parks, stormwater systems, or other infrastructure must be lawful and must be equitable. That turns us to the focus of Prop 218, Article 13D, Section 4 of the California Constitution, that mandates that all parcels receiving a special benefit pay for their respective proportionate special benefit. So if a county approves a subdivision with CCNRs that assign maintenance costs for common areas that are public property without verifying the assessments or the proportionality of those benefits by parcel, it would be in violation of the California Constitution, which there are a number of legal precedents that relate to that. The county really should be diligently enforcing these legal provisions through its authority over tentative maps and final maps. And I urge the Board of Supervisors to reacquaint itself with the lawful and equitable application of these particular types of assessments and special taxes to safeguard the welfare of the community and prevent additional costly legal disputes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dean.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board. It's Ken Greenwood out here in the wilderness, if you will, Triple Junction. Once again, I will remind you that we need a 1 mile notice on our WTF projects, because remember what we're promised versus what we get. Also, as far as our fuels management, night burning, and elevational gradations for CAL FIRE burn permits, that should be part of our request to CAL FIRE on this so that we can get people a little more involved in safe burning. And then the Legistar, once again, quick, point to your agenda, which would be normally on blue parent, but the agenda PDF, and see the little blue thing on it. Now click on that and go to it. Say, I've got item 30. I'm clicking on it here. 25-1163. It gets to that particular thing. It says agenda item, type agenda item or file number. Wait, how does this relate to the agenda? I don't see an agenda item number on this whole page here. This would be a real easy fix. I've been mentioning this for some time now. But yes, when you go from the agenda to the agenda item on Legistar, there's no real, other than the item number, which is kind of long and drawn out, there's no relevance to it or relationship to it. And that, I just can't imagine that people aren't upset about how this doesn't work. Also earlier, the item 26, there was no PowerPoint discussion on that available for the public to watch, even though that's the normal procedure. And that's why I'm bringing it up in open forum, is that normal procedure doesn't seem to have been followed. It would have been nice to be able to go along with it because he was obviously referring to multiple pictures. So please, let's do that. And PG&E, but sadly, I guess people are getting yelled at. People are jerks, let's face it, sadly. And especially the guys and girls, mostly guys, with the stupid diesel black smoke thing. I see that they do that when they leave construction zones and whatever those are, traffic control. Very grown up. Really appreciate that. And that they pay extra for that is amazing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your comments today. All right, so let's go ahead and move to item 24. Kim?
Mr. Chair, can I just make a really quick comment? Because
Sure.
I had told my friends from the Tahoe Regional Conservation District that they would be right after. And so we're going to take this one item that's the chair's preference, and then you guys are next. So just wanted you to know we didn't skip over you.
Okay. All right.
Item 24 comes from the Auditor Controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the issuance and the sale of special tax bonds and approving and authorizing forms of a fiscal agent agreement, preliminary official statement, acquisition agreement, and bond purchase agreement.
Good morning, George. This is a recommendation of the Bond Screening Committee, which was established in 1992. Has 9 members. The goal of the Bond Screening Committee, when we do form community facilities districts or assessment district bonds to limit the county's risk as low as reasonably you can get the risk. So why are we doing this for Lennar? Is, I guess, a legitimate question somebody might have. Well, the county entered into a development agreement in August of 2021, and the county got some stuff out of the development agreement. There was a condition in the DA that they had to give us right of way. I think DOT calls it Payne Road, but the road that goes from Latrobe and eventually connects down there to Scott Road, or they gave us that right of way. They're paying a community benefit fee of $4,100 a home. That's $1.6 million. That's just general fund money that your board, working with the CAO, can spend that money to help El Dorado County residents and solve problems. There's an affordable housing fee of $500. There's a $290 intelligent transportation services fee, and It has to do with coordinating traffic lights, I believe. Again, you need Raphael, but it's a fee DOT requested and we got in there. These new residences are going to pay higher taxes too. This project had a fiscal deficit, so that there's a $290 special tax levied on each one of these homes. It goes up by 2% every year. And that money goes to the county general fund to pay for services. They pay a $75 per home ambulance special tax. Most of us pay a $25 per home ambulance special tax. They also pay a special tax to the CSD. So the county, the reason why the Board of Supervisors in 2021 agreed to assist the developer in obtaining community development or Melrose bond financing was because the county got some benefits out of this development, this community what do we call them? What are they called? Yeah. Community benefit agreement.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
there you
mean,
go. CBA.
some spin, we used to call them DAs when I was a boy. Anyway, development agreements. So we have lowered risk extremely low on these bonds. These are the least risky bonds the county sold in my tenure. We only need the taxes from the homes that are already built to, if those homes pay their special taxes, we only need the special taxes from those homes to cover the debt service payments on these bonds. In the event, of course, they don't pay their special taxes, the county has the right to foreclose, and we probably could accomplish that in 8 or 9 months. So I'm very proud of the bond screening committee, because we've really done, in this isolated instance, we've really done our job, and we've reduced risk to the county to nearly zero. I'd field any questions you have.
I just got a question. This is, Joe, how do these bonds map to the specific plan? Can you give me a little idea?
How do they match the specific?
Well, the map, the specific plan.
No, the map.
I know I'm gonna
There's
ask
a
you some
map
crazy
at
question.
the back of the development agreement.
Yeah.
Is an ordinance that was adopted in 2021. I'm not,
Okay,
I'd
all
have to
right.
put on my spectacles, and I'm a very vain man, but I suppose I'm willing to help you answer your question.
Just curious.
I'm not sure. I've got the map in the back of the, well, can you give me a more specific question?
All right. Let's just, let's do it this way. Does Lennar anticipate future annexation, especially when it comes to bond? And so why would the bond resolution wait?
I'm sorry, would the future
Can't
annexation?
the bond resolution wait? Can it wait or not, or do we have to do it now? And this is basically,
Well, we agreed to assist them
okay,
in,
all right.
the county has a contractual obligation to assist them in financing their infrastructure with these Melrose bonds. That we have really downsized this bond to the original bond offering was going to be for $14 million. This bond offering's for $9 million. We lowered the amount
Okay,
to reduce the potential risk to the county of El Dorado, and we did a great job.
okay. Thank you for that.
So,
Appreciate it. Okay. Any other questions?
you know, these bond proceeds will be used to pay for EID FCCs. In the 90s, the county, and it might have been earlier than that, in the 90s, the county told EID, get ready to have the infrastructure to provide water and sewer services to these parcels. Their financial plan will be out of balance. If this development doesn't go forward, which it certainly is going forward, they already have a couple hundred homes started, and they didn't get paid for the infrastructure, the big time expensive infrastructure that's necessary to provide water and sewer to these parcels.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? None? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Supervisors, you got to appreciate Auditor Controller Harn's delivery. He lays it out in concise, friendly, and understandable terms. The bottom line here is that public improvements are being purchased. For example, in the packet, we have parks, trails, landscaping, and open space improvements. And Mr. Harn has acknowledged that in prior subdivisions, like Serrano, for example, not all of the property that was paid for with public dollars was deeded to the government. And that's something that we need to be more vigilant about as we make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. And I commend Mr. Harn for, number one, aggressively getting out there and getting to the bottom of any of these indiscretions or discrepancies, because there are a number of other departments that are involved. And I also commend Mr. Harn for having further and further transparency as it relates to the accounting of all of these little silos of special taxes and assessments to make these public improvements and developments go. That being said, I reiterate the idea that all of the benefiting parcels have to pay under the California Constitution for their proportionate share. And I want to believe that the bond screening committee that has been reinvigorated has this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean.
Not taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, Board. I come to you as a resident of the sister community of Heritage that we unfortunately or fortunately are having to pay also an extremely high Melrose as a result of an agreement made many eons ago for that development. Now we're talking about the current Heritage Village 11 that quite frankly I opposed in 2021, but nevertheless what Auditor Controller Harn said is that he is in the county is bound by the agreement made at that point to unfortunately agree to what I believe to be nothing more than a situation I would hope that we would look at in the future in regard to developers paying in advance and fully disclosing the cost to people before they get involved in purchase of the land. Now, this particular resolution calls for an authority for $35 million, not $8 million, of which, unless I have it wrong, Joe, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I do, 20 millions of that goes to a future land acquisition. To the best of my knowledge, there's nothing in the current Pacific Plan, the Carson Creek Pacific Plan, that allows for additional expansion. And so to be able to allow this resolution to go forward without a clear understanding of whether or not what that acquisition land is, where it's located, and whether or not it does fit within the approved Pacific Plan as amended, then I think there's a serious issue there. The other issue here is, again, we're only talking about 8 million right now. The current bond is 8 million and some dollars. That equates to for each new resident, each new senior member, this is senior housing, is going to be taxed between $2,500 and $3,600 a year to support that particular element. When you go ahead and roll it out to the full 35 million, then you're going to be looking at those people having to pay multiples of that amount. And quite frankly, I'm sure if they were like us, that information was not fully disclosed at the time of purchase. I just hope that in future developments that you, the board take a look at, whether or not the Mello-Roos is something an acceptable process and way to deal with such matters. Again, thank you. I believe Joe was correct. What he said is accurate, but morally, it's really a dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions at this time. All right. So do I get a motion?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Way to stay on schedule, John.
A little bit off. That's okay, though. All right. So guess we'll move to our next item.
Item number 29 comes from Supervisor Lane, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from Tahoe Resource Conservation District.
All right. Come on up. Yeah, you want to, yeah, you can sit right here, I guess, can't they?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right there.
And Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to do a very brief introduction. This district was formed back in 1979, and its primary focus is the conservation of soil and water resources, but its mandate extends to a much wider range of related activities, which they will share with you. The district is primarily funded by grants, including federal, state, local, and some private sector grants, along with a 2% property tax from El Dorado County and Placer County. A unique feature of the district was that its acquisition of the Johnson Meadow way back in the early 90s. The Johnson Meadow consists of over 200 acres and is an important organism that feeds into Lake Tahoe and contributes to the lake's clarity. So I'd like to introduce first Jason Burke, who is president of the TRCD board, and he will kick things off today. I unfortunately have a 2 o'clock hard stop for myself with a conflict. So if I leave, please don't take that personally. I love what you guys do.
We will, totally.
I'm glad you're here, and I really appreciate your patience because this was scheduled for 11 o'clock, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Push it, make it green.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you Supervisor or Chair Turnbow and supervisors. Again, my name is Jason Burke, and I'm currently serving as a part of the 5-person board of directors as the president. We are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and we serve at your pleasure. And our effort is to represent the community in the service area for the Tahoe Resource Conservation District as we work with a variety of partners and county staff to advance the work that we do. Is there a presentation that's queued up?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. It's got the intro slide, so I'll move on to the next slide, please. So the Tahoe Resource Conservation District, our core service area is the Lake Tahoe portions of Placer County and El Dorado County. But with our 24 year-round staff and our 48 seasonal staff, and then the 8 programs that Mike will do a much better job of explaining to you than I will, we extend that service to the entire Lake Tahoe Basin because a lot of our funding is federal and it enables us to kind of work within the whole Tahoe Basin. And then we also are able to collaborate with our kind of local efforts, particularly focused on fuel reduction work and forestry work and some of our boat inspection and decontamination work to collaborate with other parties on the eastern slope of this county, the forested areas, and our kind of colleagues and partners over at the El Dorado County and Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation District. So we were part of that Resource Conservation District family trying to provide locally focused services, often leveraging state and federal grants. Next slide, please. So this is just an overall breakdown. We currently receive approximately $112,000 from the county from a portion of a property tax. And we use that in conjunction with a few other administrative revenues to pursue currently $6 million worth of state and federal grants, which are how we really operate, is using that small amount of seed money to gather those state and federal funds for this kind of whole portfolio of work that we try and do for our community and our environment and to help others as well, which I will now turn it over to Mike and he will give a much better detailed presentation of that.
All right, thank you, Jason. Well, good afternoon, Chair Turnbow and supervisors. Thanks for having us today. It's been a big day for you, obviously, and I've learned a lot, to be perfectly honest, things I didn't think I'd ever really know about. So next slide, please. So I'm going to just do a real 30,000-foot view overview of some of the programs, and I'm going to try to tie that into how it relates to how it benefits El Dorado County. So I'll start with the stormwater program. Our stormwater program supports the local jurisdictions, including El Dorado County, on the compliance with the Tahoe, total maximum daily load requirements in the Tahoe Basin. We also, we do green infrastructure planning, and we also are doing some research on stormwater. So for example, we have a biochar project that's going to start up next year that's going to talk about putting biochar into some of the retention basins to see if we can actually improve the pollutant load further from what it is now, which I think that we're supposed to be showing progressive improvement. And so it's a low technology way to try and get a pretty big bang for the buck. We can get the biochar from Nevada. They have kilns that produce it, and it's very cheap. So just one thing that we're doing there to help with that program and help with the county to comply with the TMDL. Next slide, please. As it turns out, so I've been at the district for just about a little over 4 years, and I started running the Fire Adapted Communities program, but now we have a very robust forestry program. I'm also a registered professional forester in the state of California, and so I've been helping to build this program. So we have a Fire Adapted Communities program, which Jason mentioned is one of our basin-wide programs. We serve Nevada and California, and we just, big celebration for us, we just reached 100 Fire Adapted Communities in the Tahoe Basin. So I'll show you a map in a little bit just to give you a lay of the land. But a big part of this, again, for how it benefits the county, it benefits health and safety, it benefits communities to protect themselves from wildfire, and it kind of protects the tax base from losing 500 homes within the county. And I think that you'd be delayed with property taxes until there was somebody moved back in there, right? Mm-hmm. So a very active program, and we have a lot of community members that are very involved. We also just propped up a forestry services program. We have 18 projects right now with about 66,000 acres, and this is just a California side program. We have another registered professional forester on staff. There are 3 projects, I believe. I've got one in, let's see, what do I got? I got Myers Elementary, Fallen Leaf Lake, Hazardous Fuels Reduction, and Sierra House Elementary School. And those are all in the county. And so we're helping to protect the infrastructure in the county, as well as in, if there was an event during an afternoon when kids are in school, we hope that we have a safe place for them either to shelter in place or a safe evacuation. The Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team, I don't know if it's pretty common vernacular up our way, but it's an organization that's been in play since about 2008. I am a founding member of that organization. It's really just a handshake agreement between regulators, land managers, landowners, other stakeholders. It's been very successful. We've been very successful at being able to get money, and we've secured over $85 million in the last, since 2008, and we've treated over 80,000 acres in the wildland urban interface to protect communities. Well, this has been a program, again, with handshakes, and everybody has full-time jobs. So we felt that it was time to bring on a program manager, and the TFFT mandated that. We found the funding, and they looked to the Tahoe RCD to hire that position. So we now have a Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team program manager that is housed at Tahoe RCD that's doing a really great job. She's only been on the job for 6 months, but it's really moving the Fire and Fuels Team work forward. We also have, we work with the Tahoe Conservancy, the California Tahoe Conservancy. We have conservation partnership crews that do fuel reduction work, restoration work, and some general cleanup type work on California lands on the California side of the basin. So very successful programs. I think that's all I wanted to say there. Yeah, so we're pretty excited about the things with the forestry program. Next slide, please. I'll show you a couple little overviews. So here is the, it's when I gave you guys the slide deck, it was 99 fire adapted communities. Now it's 100. So you can see on the left side, we have almost 150 neighborhood leaders. That's part of what the Tahoe RCD does. We help develop the leaders. We help develop the communities so that they can come together and get work done. we have 100 fire adapted communities. That's the image on the right. So you can see how it's pretty much surrounding the basin, and it's growing, I dare say, like wildfire, pun intended. And then you've all heard probably about FireWise recognition. FireWise USA is a recognition program, not a certification program. It's just that I've recognized that I have an issue and we're working toward getting something done. So you're part of the network of fire adapted communities first, and the network helps you attain FireWise recognition. So there might be some help with insurance and things like that with that program as well. Next slide, please. And so this one's just to show you the complexity of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. It's 2 states, 4 counties, 6 fire protection districts, the TRPA, the Forest Service that are, have jurisdiction over the entire suit on both sides. We've got Nevada Division of Forestry, CAL FIRE. We got state parks on both sides. So it's a very complex group of folks that you would think it'd be impossible to actually work all together, but we've actually forged and made it work. So anyway, so a really great, one of the proud moments actually of my career, being part of this group. Next slide, please. Okay, this brings us up to our watercraft inspection. So this is also a basin-wide effort. We have 3 inspection stations coming into the Tahoe Basin. This is now not just a Tahoe Basin program. This has become a regional program. So we actually have a whole series of what do you call it? Basically, we connect your boat to your trailer after it's been decontaminated or inspected as clean. Right now, because of the golden mussel, we're inspecting every single boat. We've upped our employees because it's a lot more work. But a lot of boats are coming up not to launch in Lake Tahoe. They're coming up to get inspected and get decontaminated and sealed, and then they come back to the West Slope and put their boat in lakes that are in El Dorado County. So again, a program that's regional, that's helping to advance the recreation opportunities, not just in Lake Tahoe, but in El Dorado County overall. So again, the program has been successful. We're the cutting edge. It's the gold standard in the country. We feed back a lot with the rest of the country and the boat makers. We've had a lot of influence on boat manufacturers and how they do things with ballast water and things like that. But ultimately, we just run a lot of hot water through the systems, and it's been a very successful program. And we're currently working with the county on a permanent watercraft inspection station in Myers. So we're working with CTC and El Dorado County on that. Next slide. Another piece of our aquatic invasive species program is the plant control program. We have a couple of very invasive aquatic weeds. We have Eurasian milfoil and curly leaf pondweed. We use divers, we use suction dredging, we use bottom barriers to cover it and try to smother it and limit the amount of light. So we have a whole bunch of programs. We're focused on the Tahoe Keys, which is where the mother population of all these weeds are, and they fragment. So as soon as one fragment breaks and floats off and it finds a substrate, it becomes a new plant. And so we have, basically, this is a management thing. We're never going to eradicate these plants, but it's been a very successful program. Right now, we have most of our sites are still clean. We go back and we monitor. And it was this program that actually found the New Zealand mud snail when we found that in the lake. So again, a really good program to try and keep that from spreading. It actually brings in warm water fish. You can go into the Tahoe Keys and you can find largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, bluegill, crappie. They don't necessarily go into the rest of the lake. It's a little too cold for that, but it does kind of support a warm water fishery that we'd rather wasn't there. Next slide, please. And then, as Supervisor Lane mentioned, here's our Johnson Meadow project. So we do own 206 acres. It's about a mile of river that comes through the yellow portion on this map. We purchased it in 2018 with the help of the California Tahoe Conservancy and the Wildlife Conservation Board and Tahoe Fund. And we are currently managing it for reconnecting the floodplain. There's a very large gully that was created under a flood event, and it's probably about 8 or 9 feet deep. And so it's cut down through the meadow, it's lowered the water table, and all that water just kind of shoots and shotguns out into the lake. So we're trying to fill that in. We're going to reconnect the floodplain so that sediment sets out on the floodplain instead of being delivered to Lake Tahoe. And we're looking for funding right now for the implementation. We're at 65% design, and we're hoping to implement that project in 2027. So And now the whole watershed from the mouth all the way up to the golf course, if you're familiar with Washoe Meadows and the golf course, that I call it the lower upper Truckee River, that's all in public ownership. And so we've all been coordinating. CTC just purchased the Motel 6 and they're getting ready to demolish that. And that'll reconnect that floodplain that's just downstream from Johnson Meadow. So there's a big collaborative there to try and restore the upper Truckee River, which is our biggest sediment source for the lake. And I think I'm wrapping up. And I guess if you got any questions, next slide. Yeah. And if you got any questions, again, thanks for having us today. Just wanted to share with you the work that we're doing. And I've never been in front of you guys.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
So I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. Any questions, any comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I know you do, so.
Well, I have a problem talking about Tahoe. Just doesn't come up very often. Just love the work that you all do. I went out on a tour. I spent the majority of the day with the TRCD, actually going out and looking at the work that they're doing. They're passionate about it. They're leaders in the area. They're very quiet, compared to some of our agencies up in Tahoe that get a lot of news time and a lot of criticism. TRCD just kind of flies under the wings, gets their work done, does it well, and doesn't demand a ton of attention. So it was really my honor today to be able to highlight what you guys do, because you're very quiet about it, but you
Great.
do an excellent job.
that also might mean we're really bad at telling our story.
Yeah,
That we're so
you
busy
are.
doing things that when we get something done, we don't take a lot of time
Yeah.
to talk about it. We're on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get a little better at that. But there's a certain something about flying under the radar as well.
Well, I think what really put you on the map too was when you acquired the Johnson Meadow. That was
Yeah.
such a huge piece that you guys were willing to do. There were a lot of other agencies that weren't in a position to be able to do it, and that put you on the map. So
Yeah.
you have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah. And I guess the only thing I would just add real quick is just, the different organizations that do fund us. We're very attached to the Tahoe Conservancy. The TRPA is the one that funds the aquatic invasive species. So we have a tight partnership with them. We've got money through BLM and the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act to do a lot of our forestry and fire. So obviously we can't do it alone, but we do run about a $6 to $8 million a year budget, mostly 98% through grant funding.
A lot of history on that.
Yeah.
Johnson Meadow too.
Yes.
It goes back a long time.
Always.
Yeah, especially Kingsbury grade used to be the Johnson Pass. So
Yeah.
anyway, thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
very
thanks
much.
for having
Thanks.
us. Glad we could mix it up for you today and give you something to
Okay,
digest your lunch.
good, good.
Let us breathe for a second.
All right, so I guess we'll go ahead and,
But we need to take public comment.
oh yeah, let's open it up to public comment. Sorry about that.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the board chambers want to speak? Come on out. Oh, yeah. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
This is Chris Payne up at Lake Tahoe. I'm in Incline Village. And so I've enjoyed your discussion about the community service district that you operate under. On the West Slope, I'm part of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. And in that regard, we're doing a lot of work that similarly, it seems by your presentation, that you're doing. And I'm also impressed about your collaborative work with the neighborhoods, especially the Firewise USA. I just wanted to say, as a person who is El Dorado County centric, meaning Supervisor Lane, I believe in the basin too. So I'm glad we're having a balance today in terms of discussions, and I appreciate your presentation and wanted to say so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Again, I want to say thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it very, very much. So I'm going to ask, right now, I'm going to reach out for you, Laura. Do you think right now we can hear item 24? I'm not, 25? I mean, it's 5 minutes.
Certainly, if you would like to.
Yeah.
I
And then
would
we,
love to do that because I'd like to be in on the action on that.
okay.
Then
All
I'll
right.
have to set
And
it
then
up.
you're going to
Yeah.
go. All right. Okay. All right, Kim.
Item number 25 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board, one, assign Sue Henneke into acting status for Chief Administrative Officer at step 1 of the salary range effective August 16th, 2025, and two, appoint Susan Henneke as interim Chief Administrative Officer at step 1 of the salary range effective September 14th, 2025.
All right.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Board. Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. And as Kim explained, I'm here to present this item, which of course is being prompted by the pending resignation of our current CAO. Of course, the county will have a need to have someone step in temporarily while we do a recruitment. So I'm happy to answer any questions. The item's pretty straightforward. My office confirmed that Ms. Henneke does in fact meet the qualifications for the CAO position, and we're recommending that she be brought in at step 1 of the CAO salary range. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any comments or questions from the board? All right. So I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the Born Shavers like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody, Kim. So you want to go to Zoom participants, please?
Of course. Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Yes, hi, Kelly Nalavaya. Sorry, I'm next to my computer. It's echoing. One is I'm pleased to see that we do have somebody in the seat. We will entrust that you are working for the people and in the people's interests, and certainly not in outside entities, and that you'll use your voice when you need to. I do have a question. One is, I guess I missed my calling on that salary range. Wow. But does this necessarily not mean that you're not looking at all applicants going outside even of California, throughout California? And will the public be aware of the process of applicants and have any opportunity to also have a voice in the person who essentially is running our business, not yours, and how that will work? But welcome aboard, and I hope you're up for the task. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Chris Payne again. The other day we had a discussion when Tiffany had told us that it was official that she would be leaving. And I reflected that at the podium, talking about the background that I had personally, having worked for the county at the time when individuals began their employment. In this case, Sue Henneke was also one of the ones that came into the CAO's office as an administrative analyst. Why that's important is because having a good background at the department level helps them be more effective at the level of this capacity as the chief administrative officer. Certainly, the board has talked about in the past the difference between a chief administrative officer and the chief executive officer positions. And we've chosen, based on your action, to continue with the chief administrative officer classification. It also puts more responsibility on you the 5 decision makers, to have a chief administrative officer, and not have the chief executive officer having to make the specific decisions, but that you, as the Board of Supervisors, make those decisions. And we continue to go down that path, which I believe is the effective way to go. In the case of people who don't know Sue Anarchy, I consider her to be that tiger. As we have seen her in front of your Board of Supervisors presenting on multiple items that are uniquely important to the county and to the public at large. One of them being the hazardous vegetation ordinance, and her involvement with a Whopper in terms of the CIO's office, and the Whopper being part of that CIO's office. So in regards to others who may be listening, I think that we're picking a good person to be the person to lead us over this this temporary time period until we find somebody who can do the job. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board.
I would move approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so let's go ahead and move to item 30, planning and building, Bill Cemetery.
Item 30 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Current Planning Division, recommending the board consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve conditional use permit to establish a private cemetery of 600 feet exclusively for family use. Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, find S18-0002 exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving S18-0002 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval.
All right, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. All right.
Good afternoon. Tim Pitt, Senior Planner, here today with a rather unique application for your consideration. S18-0002 is an application for a private family cemetery for an applicant, Hadi Abu El-Kir. The applicant is proposing to establish a small family cemetery consisting of enough square footage to accommodate 8 plots located within a 40-foot by 15-foot area of a 42.97 acre parcel in the Lotus area. The subject parcel is zoned rural lands 40 acre minimum, RL 40, and has a general plan designation of rural residential. I think we've got having some technical difficulty at the moment, trying to get the exhibits up here. The establishment of a cemetery, commercial or private, is governed by Title 8 of the El Dorado County Code, but the approval of allowing a cemetery as a land use is covered by Title 130. With this application, the applicant is taking the first steps needed to establish a family cemetery on the subject parcel. An approval by this board does not constitute permission to allow the applicant to begin burials or use the proposed 600 square feet of the parcel as a cemetery. What a vote of approval of this board does do is allow the applicant to take the next steps necessary through the county departments and appropriate state departments to establish the cemetery and gain approvals for the operation of a cemetery in the approved area. One way to look at this project is as though it's similar to an application for a dentist's office in a zoning designation that allows dentist's office as a conditional use. The application in that example would be for the approval of the use of a building or a parcel as a dentist's office, but in order to begin operation as a dentist's office, the applicant would still need to satisfy other licensing requirements through the state and through the county. Same applies here. We're really just looking at an area of land use. We aren't actually approving the use as a cemetery. Cemeteries as a land use are allowed in the rural lands zoning designation as a conditional use, meaning that the findings have to be made in order for the use to be approved. First of the three findings to be made is that the issuance of the permit is consistent with the general plan. As discussed in the general plan findings section of staff report, the proposed use is one that is specifically recognized in the rural residential general plan designation as one that provides a direct service to the family and or the community in general. And there is also the use is also recognized as one that is considered to be consistent in the RR general plan designation. The second finding to be made is the use would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare or injurious to the neighborhood. The proposed use would not conflict with adjacent residential uses, and the proposed project would be compatible with the rural residential character of the surrounding parcels and is not anticipated to conflict with any adjacent land uses. The third and final finding to be made is that the proposed use is specifically permitted by a conditional use permit. The agricultural, rural, and resource zones use matrix, County Code Section 130.21.020, specifically lists a cemetery as a civic use that is allowed as a conditional use in the zone. As I discussed earlier, Title 130 governs land use in the county and outlines policies and procedures by which land use decisions are made. As a part of this application, the applicant has included a project description and narrative that addresses how their project will be in compliance with other sections of the county code, specifically Title 8, Public Health and Safety. The applicant is committed to establishing an easement and a written declaration for the area that dedicates the 600 square foot section exclusively for cemetery purposes, and the applicant will be establishing a trust fund to support the ongoing maintenance of the cemetery as required by both county code and state law. The proposed project was reviewed by Cemetery Administration, and their comments have been added as conditions of approval. As proposed, this project area is located in a general plan area designated as agricultural. The project was also reviewed by the Department of Agriculture, and no issues or concerns regarding the project were received. That concludes staff's presentation. Planning staff is available for questions should the board have any, and I believe the applicant is in attendance as well.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments at this time? I got a comment because we have our own private cemetery, and it's a 501(c), I think B or something like that, but we don't pay any taxes or whatever on this thing, but we still have to file with the state of California on this. My question is on this area, will it impact the other 46 acres that they will not have to pay any taxes on that? Well, that's a question that I have. Is it, even though it's on a small portion of the 46 acres, does that exclude all the property from paying any property tax?
I guess I can't answer that question specifically. What I can tell you is that this will be completely platted separately and recorded separately with the recorder.
I think Rob can answer my question. Come on up, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to speak, this is my understanding of the scenario, but it would not alleviate tax concerns for the entire property.
Okay.
And that you're sort of carving out this area
Right.
of the, and it's recorded like Tim mentioned, and it would be documented in that way. So it does not alleviate the rest of the tax burden for the rest of the property.
Okay, that's all. That's the question I wanted to ask. So anyway, all right. Any other questions?
Just a couple things. Obviously, with our historical heritage of El Dorado County, there's some other private cemeteries out there. And when somebody doesn't want to take care of them anymore, the county gets them by, I believe it's state law. So just want to make sure everybody is aware of that also. And then on the maintenance side of it, I'm assuming it's family only. You're not going to start selling small plots. That would be then potential implications for the county. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that, knowing a little bit enough about cemeteries to be dangerous.
Yeah, because there's been other issues with other private cemeteries like Brian brought up. And
One in Lotus.
yeah, well, El Dorado Cemetery, there's a good
Family
example.
maintain it.
County
So, yeah,
has got it
and
now, so.
And so anyway, but there's many more people there though than what you're proposing
Right.
on this one.
It sounded to me when reading the documents that there were going to be funding mechanisms and all of these things. You're right. Those are very big concerns from our pioneer cemeteries back in the day when they weren't forward thinking, but it sounded to me like all of these things were being taken care of and planned out for with a trust and all that. So I appreciated reading that in the document because the county does not want more cemeteries to take care of.
No.
And just this is a unique situation, and I appreciated the applicant's narrative in there, really explained it well. Also, neighbor Mike Rinaldi submitted a nice letter of support and his understanding. So to me, this seems like it's been well thought out and is going to be taken care of in perpetuity. So I don't see any concerns, and it's kind of a neat thing. It really is.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from the board? Greg, you got anything?
Nope.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this? Come on up. If you'd like to, come on up. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for considering my application. This has been like 7 years in the making, and I understand it's still a long journey. But one, I want to alleviate any concerns about maintaining it. I think for me, when I think about the cemetery, I actually think this is how I'm going to spend my next 300 years in the future. And I want to make sure the place is well taken care of. I also want to make sure it's not poured into the state or for my own children or grandchildren in the future. So that's I'm going to be establishing this trust that's unrevocable, that's continuously maintaining it. We have certain budget associated with it that I have to keep, like, it keeps adding to itself. So hopefully it will never be a cost. Again, I understand the project is unique. I'm glad that there's other cemetery exist in it. For me, this is an emotional connection. I strongly believe that I could feel my parents' spirits if I go visit the cemetery and I could speak to them. And I would love my kids and my grandkids to have that connection with me. It's the main reason I actually bought the whole property, is to be able to establish this cemetery and then eventually develop around it so that they would have a place where they could come and hang out and have like a Thanksgiving barbecue, and they would come and visit me. So I really appreciate your consideration, and I'm hoping to get your approval and continue that journey. And I also appreciate everybody who has worked with me on this. It has been a long journey with a lot of unknowns to undiscover, and it has been fun. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, Kelly Nelavaya. I think this is very cool. Coming from country backgrounds, we have our dogs buried in the backyard. I hope we didn't need a zoning permit for that. But I am curious, does this then detach when somebody does this from its, like, let's say you want to sell the property someday? Do you disclose? I mean, obviously it's a protected square footage. So then I guess technically somebody's purchasing property that's in a cemetery. I'm just very fascinated on how that would work if this becomes a trickle effect. But what I really do hope is that El Dorado County, when we're talking about how we can look into the future, I would love to see us become one of the first body composting counties. And I know that probably freaks a lot of you out. I'm extremely fascinated and passionate about this process over what I think is the violence of cremation. And we have beautiful forestries, and we have all sorts of beautiful lands that I think people would love to be returned to the earth. So when you're looking at new ideas of how we can make money and also at the same time help the environment, let's open this conversation to burial. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Chris Payne again. I was at the Board of Supervisors that day that Hattie came in and spoke about this item hearing. There was only 3 supervisors, so it was one of those kind of decisions you got to make on whether you want to continue it and bring it back when you have a full complement of of planning commissions, excuse me. There was only 3 planning commissioners there. So he took a chance, and obviously the project was well received on a 3-0 vote. I think he does deserve more than 3 minutes to represent his project. My understanding is that staff would talk about the project, but then that would go to the applicant to speak, and there wouldn't be a time limit of any time other than maybe 6 or 7 minutes just to talk about the project. But Hadi's got a very unique family situation, of which now this has taken him pretty much, as he said, close to 7 years in terms of making this happen for his family. I spent probably 15 to 20 minutes after the meeting, and he gave me a little bit more of the background of his family and why this property was so significant to him and to his family. They've used the property for a number of years. My understanding, there's no residential dwelling yet on it, but this question of whether the family cemetery was going to be possible was something that, as staff has said, is very, very unique. And the protection of the family cemetery, once it's put in place, is I believe, Hattie's can speak to that, and the importance of keeping it in the hands of the family. We did talk about the historical precedent and making it a unique location by having some metal railing around it, maybe an entry level or an entry that is significant, and would respect the family and the future of the cemetery. Those are my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. So
All right.
any other comments or questions?
Excuse me. Now, if everybody's okay with it, then I'd like to go ahead and move approval of the item.
All right, I'll go ahead.
second that with a comment. Thank you for the preservation and your caring for the future. When I go to the cemeteries where my relatives are, all I hear from them is clean me, put some flowers out, and come back and do it again. So, but that's how we take care of our own.
Yeah, we do.
Yep.
Definitely.
I
Yeah.
applaud you for that.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
And opposed?
Motion
right.
passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wish you the best. All right, so let's move on to item 31, planning and building, Serrano Village, M5.
Item 31 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, current Planning Division, forwarding the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the Serrano Village M5 project, to request a tentative subdivision map to create 20 parcels from 7,000 square feet to 19,763 square feet in size of an existing 8.42 acre parcel, a planned development permit, and rezone from the Planning Commission's recommendation for the board to take the following actions. 1, denies Serrano M5 project tentative submap, plan development permit, and rezone, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying tentative subdivision map, plan development permit, and rezone based on findings as recommended by the Planning Commission.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull and supervisors. I'm Andy Flower, Planning Manager. Open my slides. Today we have Village M, which is located along the northern border of the El Dorado Hills Specific Plan, which was approved by the Board of Supervisors on July 18th, 1988. This tentative subdivision map, rezone, and plan development for Serrano Village M5 proposes a gated subdivision. Excuse me. A gated subdivision with 20 residential lots that would allow duplex structures off Appian Way along 2 separate cul-de-sacs. In 2007, a tentative subdivision map for Phase 5 of Village M, or Village M5, was approved for a total of 10 residential lots. On-site grading and improvement plans for Village M5 were approved in 2022, and the site was subsequently rough graded and stabilized in the same year. The remaining improvements have not been constructed to date, and the original tentative subdivision map has since expired. This site has general plan, adopted plan, or AP, El Dorado Hills specific plan. The existing zoning is single unit residential, or R20K, and the proposed combined zoning would be single unit residential plan development, or R1PD, and open space. This project would be statutorily exempt from the requirements of CEQA according to section 15182 because it is a residential project that would rely on the EIR for the original 1988 specific plan. No impacts have been identified which were not discussed and mitigated in the EIR, and no further environmental analysis was necessary. This proposal was heard by the Planning Commission on March 13th, 2025. The Planning Commission recommends denial of the project by the Board of Supervisors based on the following reasons. 1, the project is not consistent with the specific plan. 2, increased density is not appropriate for the area. And 3, concerns of compatibility with the neighborhood. Since that March Planning Commission, the applicant has conveyed their wish to revise the project to align with comments to better fit in with the existing neighborhood and surrounding area, which could include reducing the number of proposed lots from 20 to 10 and withdrawing the requested rezone and planned development permits. The applicant is requesting that the project be remanded to the Planning Commission to a date uncertain so the applicant may bring a revised project back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. Staff is in agreement with this request and supports the remanding of future revised project to Planning Commission at a date uncertain for further consideration. If the board opts for remanding, then a resolution for denial is not necessary today. Leading up to this board hearing, we received public comment likely responsive to incorrect Legistar text for the Planning Commission, which suggested that the PC had authority to approve or deny the project. The following recognize the role of the Planning Commission as a recommending body for the board: the presentation, the deliberation, the motion and vote for the recommendation, the minutes, and lastly, all Board of Supervisors materials assumed that the Planning Commission was a recommending body for the board's final decision about this proposal. That ends my presentation. I'm available for questions.
All right, bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments? Right now? Greg?
Yeah, it's good public comment.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just, this one is really confusing to me because of, we're being asked to send it back to the Planning Commission, basically. You said the word remand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the word remand here in this? That's what I don't understand.
Oh, yes.
No, it's not on the agenda item. It's in the resolution. I was just looking at that.
Okay, that's.
It's not on the agenda item, I don't think.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the title and the way it's like,
No,
it does
if
say-
you read this, it's just simply denying the project, but if you read the resolution, it's remanding.
Okay,
If I may?
Yeah.
Rob
Thanks,
Peters with Planning. I just wanted to add, so under the alternative section of the Legistar item, we
Yeah.
identified 3 different alternatives. One of which is you could use the recommendation of the Planning Commission to deny the project. So that's 1.
okay.
2 is you could, because your board has the authorization to, modify or a project, you could potentially approve the project. Or 3, you could alternatively, as requested by the applicant, and it does use the word remand that item back to the Planning Commission with a revised project that would not require the rezone, because the units that would be in the revised project would eliminate that requirement and the plan development. I would just add that if it were remanded to the Planning Commission, they would be the authority of approval under the tentative map if that was the only entitlement. So I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys are recommending one of the alternatives basically is,
We're bringing forward the recommendation of the planning commission because they made that recommendation and staff doesn't necessarily have the ability to deviate from that. But we're
Mhm.
providing some other alternatives and I'm sure the applicant can speak more to that. But the motivation of the applicant, based on the comment and the deliberation at the planning commission, was to go back with the project that is more in line with those
Right.
comments and not have the denial of the application as recommended by the planning commission.
okay, got it. I think I got it. Does that make sense?
Can
Greg?
can I add one more thing? Sorry. If the applicant had considered this wish at the planning commission, they could have instead have requested to continue and then brought forward an alternative design. But because it wasn't in the moment that they made that wish clear, instead it was between the planning commission and the board's meeting, then that's why we included it as an alternative.
Okay,
All right. Okay, so you want to hear
I
from?
think that helps a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but you said one of the options is we could actually approve the proposal that the planning commission heard, but wouldn't there have to be an appeal
Well,
by the
technically, you-
applicant to do
So,
that?
Well, no, not necessarily, and Dave can correct me if I say something inaccurate, but the Board of Supervisors is the ultimate approving authority or denial authority of this application because of the rezone. So your board could, you know, take the recommendation under consideration by the Planning Commission and decide to either in lieu of that, approve the project or approve it with modifications. You have that authority. You could also take the recommendation of the planning commission and deny the project. And we've sort of through discussions with the applicant and their wants to sort of amend the project, send it back and have it reanalyzed under that other configuration.
To something that was
To something
previously
else.
approved.
Correct. More in line with what was previously approved, but that had expired.
Yeah.
And so they can't act on that previously approved map. It has expired.
Right.
And so one of these two avenues would be their,
Okay.
but their request to staff and that we provided to the board is to send it back to the planning commission, have it reanalyzed in a different configuration. And then, like I said, that would be, if there was no rezone and plan development permit, that would be the planning commission's approval authority.
That'd be the
It
final.
could then be appealed to your board technically.
Okay, if they approve.
If
it.
they were to approve that
Okay.
or
All right.
deny that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, you, Ron. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right, so I'll go ahead. Come on up, Kurt.
Good afternoon, Kirk Bones, Serrano Associates. We concur with this step and we went to the planning commission. We heard what they had to say. And had some subsequent conversations with various folks. And I think the simplest path forward for all of us is to go back to the planning commission with the old project. It does cut a little bit of time out of the process. If the project were denied, we had to file a new application and start all over again. The idea was, let's skip the all over part of it. You know, just so you understand, and this is not meant to be directed as a complaint at the planning department, because I think we have a good working relationship with them. But this M5 application was filed in January of 2024. It was deemed complete in April of 24. And that's why we have a housing shortage in California. Just the process just takes a long time. So this approach struck us as the best way to respond to the planning commission in a way that we could get back to them fairly quickly. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on that. But that's our plan, is to revise the project, 10 lots, get it back to the planning commission as soon as.
And that's what was initially approved?
Yeah,
Yeah.
way back when, George.
Way
yeah,
back when?
Long time ago, yeah.
Okay.
And worked off a couple of extensions, and frankly, we graded it and we thought we would build a 10-lot subdivision. And, you know, you listen to people talk and they want more density and they want different things. And we thought, well, this is a kind of a cool little place to add 10 more lots, but life's too complicated to try to add those 10 lots for us right now, to be perfectly honest. So we can live with the 10-lot project. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, well, you answered mine. I appreciate that. So anybody else have any questions? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Bobby McFarland, and I live at the property that is pretty much the boundary to where they're trying to build. And coming here today, I was incredibly nervous. I'm very nervous right now because for me, this is really impactful. I think it's because they're right behind me and is where they're trying to build. When they were moving from the 10 to 20 units that they were trying to build, we're on 5 acres where we are. And in that small 8-acre plot of land, they were potentially attempting to put in 80 people behind us if they were able to do those 20 townhomes. And you think, okay, 4 people per townhome. The one thing that is very concerning for me is where they're building now. Even if you scale it back to the 10 homes, I do understand that where we are in Highland Hills, we each have there are homes that have around 1 acre to 2 acres. And you are going to be shoving a bunch of homes still into that property. There are just a couple of things that could happen with that. The traffic. So we have a backyard. I have triplet boys. They're 10 years old. We're always out there playing all the time out there. And you can see it at the end of the day around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. The entrance into Serrano. What happens is it's super dangerous. Everybody knows it in that area, where they have their security guard. Security guard checks everybody. And if you don't have a badge, you're sitting there and you're waiting for them to approve you. What happens is that line goes all the way down Appian. And so what happens, our cars are trying to get home. So they're the people that are trying to go past the security gate are going into oncoming traffic, trying to get past it. We've seen this time and time again. You're adding 10 more houses at a choke point right there. So it is something to be really concerned about. The other thing is just, I want to trust them. They went from 10 to 20, and the 20 to me was a money grab. It wasn't about trying to go ahead and bring more people in and provide more housing. It was a money grab because interest rates went up, money's harder to get, and it's harder to build these homes and sell these homes. And so if they're really genuine about moving to 10 houses, it's not great. It's more acceptable than the 20. I actually do think there should be probably 5 homes there, not 10. And so I just really hope that you understand where our neighborhood is. I love my neighborhood. It is the best place I've ever lived in my life. I don't want them to change that. A lot of the neighbors where I am, we're very concerned about, they don't live there. We live there, and we just want them to be very secure with our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it. Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
This is Chris Payne again. I just wanted to note a few things that are important, I think, in your deliberation on this item, supervisors. One of the March 13th public hearing, also, I was there in attendance, and out of that came the findings that the project's not consistent with the specific plan. The requested increased density is not appropriate for the area. And there are concerns of compatibility between the project and the existing neighborhood, which you just had a person come up who lives immediately next to this and has said that he doesn't feel like it's necessary, or he doesn't feel like it's justified for that property. Now, in the alternatives, as staff has respectfully commented on, the first 2 alternatives were to find the project as statutory exempt from CEQA. And then the second one was to approve the subdivision map. Essentially, the denial is what the item's all about. That would, in all terms, would require an appeal by the applicant. In this case, they chose, after the planning commission meeting, to decide that they were going to go to half size, to the 10. I feel in small print below the alternatives, it says alternately, the board could remand the item to the planning commission to a date uncertain to the applicant. I think, under a fairness doctrine, which we've talked about all day long today, I believe there's only one action you could take, that you could go along with the denial of this project, requiring the applicant then to resubmit. Either case of whether you remand or you deny this project today, the planning commission will have a chance to look at the project in terms of its impacts, whether it's 10 or 5 or 1. That would be a case for the applicant to make if this is remanded. Personally, I think you should deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Anne. Anne, can you unmute yourself, please? You're still muted. Want me to go on to the next one? Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Thank you, Supervisors. Kelly Nelavia, El Dorado Hills. Thank you, Chris. That echoes my sentiment that in due respect for procedure and policy, I would really like to stop seeing special catering to developers that other people, businesses, homeowners do not have. It's just, I was laughing at a few of the comments. Lack of housing. We certainly talk about lack of housing, but it is certainly not what is going to be developed here. So let's make no secret. These will not be affordable housing. These will be likely, 750,000 or up, even if they're townhouses, if you were to go comparable to some of the townhouses that are already seen within Serrano. I think that the proper thing to do would be to deny the application. They had the 10-day period to appeal. They did not. Again, policy and procedure of fairness doctrine. And resubmit to the Planning Commission in order to then see what comes of that. And then if be for final approval or whatever happens after that, go to the Board of Supervisors. I find it a little laughable that we're using a 1988 EIR and waiving CEQA based on 1988. That's what, 35 almost years ago. We certainly have seen a big change in the area since then. And I just think that in, again, order of fairness towards the procedures that we endow the Planning Commission to, I'm asking you to deny the application to resubmit to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I would ask that you deny this. This is what you can actually do. The way this is being presented is very convoluted. The only reason that he didn't have to deny an appeal, which I just figured out, is because when a tentative map is connected to a rezone, then it's advisory. But they have not presented this item anyway to let the public understand what's actually happening. The majority of your planning commissioners denied this project and made the findings. Those findings are not attached to this item. Also, I don't know if the public was made aware of this hearing. It's basically a hearing, and I don't know if the people were notified again. And then the description on the agenda, it's just no. So if you were to read this, you're going, oh, they're denying it as they did following through with the planning commission Commission's denial. You have to dig into the Legistar text at the very bottom where it says you can approve this today. That's insane. So I would ask that you to give this person special consideration constantly is in order to manipulate the process, to wait until you're denied and then come back and say, hey, wait, I got another idea. No one else can do that. I sat in the office a few minutes ago for an hour and a half with planning and being trying to get somebody whose permit had expired because the date doesn't show up on the Legistar or the track it. And do you think she was given any consideration? No, she's got to start over. This developer, he knows the process. He knows what he has to do. And I would ask that you no longer let him manipulate. They can afford to reapply. They now know what they want to come back with. It can be vetted better by the planning commission, but this process, the way you're moving forward is so out of the norm that I would just ask you, the planning commission gave findings. Again, they're not on here. They're not E. E is actually the findings that the staff gave the planning commission. And there are 4 variance findings because they want variances that the county requires before you can give a variance. And this project does not meet any of those 4 allowances for variances. So make it clean, deny this as recommended by the planning commission, let him reapply with whatever project now he wants to bring forward, just like would anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So a lot of the discussion's been around the process. I agree with that too. Some of the documentation on Legistar, as noted, there's that staff memo that's item A. It says refer to the findings. The findings aren't new findings from the Planning Commission. They are in fact the findings that were originally posted for the Planning Commission when they were proposing approval for the project. So that changed. Some of the other documents out there were also the original Planning Commission. I want to note that in that Planning Commission meeting, there had been some other challenges coordinating the documentation being made available to us. So I think refining that hopefully is going to happen within the planning department. Also, when we see this, the question was, why is it here? Because the Planning Commission suggested denial, right? Or that it didn't fit. So maybe some clarity as to why it came forward would have been helpful in some of the documentation. Or maybe we change it, whereas if the Planning Commission says no, maybe we don't have to spend staff resources to come to the Board of Supervisors. And clearly you all had questions exactly the same way. Why are you looking at it now? So I think refining some of that and providing some clarity would be great. At this time, I definitely agree with the original staff suggestion to deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Thank you. I just want to highlight, supervisors, that the subtleties of everything you do and the regulatory restrictions. That is, I don't even have to identify myself under the Brown Act. You guys suggest that I voluntarily do that, but for those who don't know, you can't require us to identify ourselves in order to make a public comment under the law. And I think that sort of entree explains Mr. Bone's suggestion that he's leading a more complicated life, I think is the term in his words. The members of the public are starting to put all the pieces together. They're becoming better educated about the process and what the expectations, limitations, and other requirements are from the state of California's obligations under the Subdivided Lands Act to the county's administration of the Subdivided Map Act and everything that flows from there. And what's fascinating about this is the paper trail that has been built over the decades as it relates to the growing of El Dorado Hills, for example, shows a fact pattern that is, well, frankly, damning because the rules have been skirted repeatedly. And here again, I think that the public is right in finding how the developer knows the ins and outs better than those of you elected or selected sitting up there in the seats. But I wouldn't continue to ignore the public because the public is becoming so well educated. The complaints are becoming so pointed, and the identification of the wrongdoing is becoming unavoidable that we've got to start doing it right. And frankly, I don't begrudge Parker Development Company or Serrano Associates. They've built a wonderful community of houses and they build a good product. They just squeeze every dollar out of their product and don't leave enough infrastructure in place and sidestep their responsibilities in areas that they shouldn't, but were allowed to because, well, frankly, no one understood what their obligations were. But they do now. And with Marble Valley in the hopper, things like this become trial balloons for the battles ahead, and those will be based on the truth, not nobody's here paying attention. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dean.
Now taking public comment from Anne. Anne, you're still muted. I'm going to go on to the next person. I don't know why she isn't unmuting. And now taking public comment from Candace.
Hi, my name's Candace, and I've been a resident of El Dorado Hills the last 23 years. And I live off Appian Way. And I remember when we first bought our house here, our real estate agent said, hey, we're just going to keep this whole area, your whole time living here is going to be, nice and clear of houses. And that's why we moved here. It was for the rural community. And as I'm sure all of you have known, El Dorado Hills has changed a lot. And it's certainly not, we certainly have enough houses that are being built. I mean, just go to Folsom. I mean, it's insane. So in order to keep Serrano beautiful, we need to keep it how it is. I would definitely deny this. We've seen the government be so corrupt, and that includes a lot of the builders. So be very careful and be very cautious because what we love now can really change very quickly. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ken?
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think for Anne, it was just click the speaker button. I don't know. So yes, I so support. I'm very grateful for all the previous speakers, just spot on with their communication to this board. I strongly am in favor of the board denying this and that developer go back and resubmit or reapply. Since they didn't do the apply within the 10 days. Also, it was very confusing. I got on here and read everything just like it was said prior. Everybody said prior. So as confused as I am, and I know this stuff, been doing this for 35 years, as confused as I was on what was happening here, Why was it before the board? Was it a denial? What's going on? I just really, would like to see the community is getting wiser. We are getting people really engaging and really noticing these discrepancies, and so consistency and procedural consistency is really important. With that, I want to say, even going to the 10, we have an elephant in the room that cannot be denied. There is even with a 10, right now, those 10 lots were graded on a parcel that is landlocked. It has no deeded easement. There is no deeded easement. There is a construction easement to the property, but there is no actual deeded easement. A project cannot be approved without a deeded access. So before it's approved, it has to have a deeded access. Right now, to get that deeded access, it has to show certain things. One of them is geometric standards. We have looked at this. DOT has looked at this, and DOT's, when we requested at the prior to Planning Commission, we requested from DOT that they look at this and give us their geometric standards for the site distance. What we got back months and months later, was a non-standard, not best practices. It was a graph. It was a graph that had, and I'm not looking at it right now. Please look at that at some point in the future. But it was not to engineering standards or did not meet best practices. So we've got essentially plunking a four-way intersection on the top of Appian Way that is going to have a huge problem. So that needs to be resolved before even 10 homes go in there. Maybe 4 homes would be more accurate. So thank you very much for letting me speak. I have a lot more to say, but won't get it in 3 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Now taking public comment just stop that. There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any other thoughts or questions at this time.
Got some thoughts. I lived right down the street from this location for 14 years. Very familiar with the area, familiar with the intersection. The intersection's not ideal. The property was previously approved for 10 homes. It's already been graded for 10 homes. I agree with the Planning Commission's denial of the 20-home project. It doesn't fit in there. Everything else around there, aside from Mr. McFarland's he says he's on 5, but everything around there is about a half an acre. So I'm in support of denying the application for 20. I give the option that, if the developer wants to come back and bring back to the Planning Commission for 10 or something smaller, I would support that, with one caveat. The DOT takes a look at the intersection, because when this project was previously approved, there was no guard shack, and there probably wasn't planned to be a guard shack there. And since Serrano's put a guard shack in on Sangiovese, it's really caused traffic to stack up. I guess it would be on the northbound lanes coming from Sylvan Valley, and pulled the accident stats from CHP, and the accidents on Appian are I think there's been one reported in a number of years, but having a 4-way intersection now is it could be problematic. So come on up, Raphael. Yeah, you have thoughts on this?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Yes, if this is deferred back to the Planning Commission, that would be an appropriate time for my traffic engineering staff and maintenance crew to take a look at it, see if there's anything that we can do, because that is an existing issue. It's not an issue of the developer, but nonetheless, they are going to be adding to it. So similar to the TIF, it's not their responsibility, but if there's something that we can collaborate on, that we can maybe work together and maybe make something that would be an improvement, it is always an opportunity to take that and move forward, as opposed to just leaving as is. And you are correct. The shack wasn't originally part of the design, and that is what is causing a lot of the issues. And so what we're going to hope is having a conversation with the homeowners association to see if there's maybe some kind of modifications that we could do in terms of that circulation, how that operates, so that maybe we can make that a better movement.
I mean, I don't want to get in the weeds, but I know previously before that shack, Serrano did not allow construction vehicles, delivery vehicles to access through San Giovese. They had to go through the front gate.
Yeah.
So
So that could be one option. So definitely, that is my commitment that we would look into that specifically to see if there's some kind of improvements that we can make as part of it.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
all right. I've got some issues with this project myself, but anyway,
Well, I'm just thinking that, well, number one, I know I heard a lot of public comments say that the planning commission's findings weren't in here, but I'm looking at the Legistar text itself, and the 3 reasons they gave are listed in here. So I just want to, say them out loud for everyone. They're in the Legistar text. And I missed the word remand in the Legistar text, so I get it. These are long reports, but it says the project is not consistent with the specific plan. The requested increased density is not appropriate for the area, and there are concerns of compatibility between the project and the existing neighborhood. And then to go a step beyond that, I heard what the public was saying about clean processes. I get it. And honestly, this morning, this board actually chose not to, work on some ordinances. Instead, you guys got rid of them and we're back at square one. So that was cleaner. And so in my mind, I think that from what I heard, what's before us here, in this text, just deny it and let the applicant start over. It is cleaner. The remanding is unusual. And I just don't think we should give the appearance of special, processes for people. That's not a good look.
okay, is that a motion?
Well, I wanted to see what Supervisor
No,
Ferrero thought.
I agree with you 100%. Had the project not been approved for 10, and like I said,
Well, it
the
expired.
dirt's already been cut.
Yeah.
So I would be willing to make an exception in this circumstance.
Okay. Well, then make a motion and then I might make a second motion.
All right. Any other comment or?
No, just go ahead, Rob.
Mr. Chair, thank you, board members. I just wanted to clarify a few things, real quick related to the procedural part of this item. And I do understand that the discussion about the remand is sort of maybe unique, but, I think that a couple things I wanted to make sure, and certainly I will apologize if it was confusing, but, we intended to try to outline the board's, alternatives clearly, and that was our intent, not to, make it, confusing. So I wanted to add that attachment C to the board item is a resolution with finding of facts for denial. So those are the findings to deny the project. So we have provided those. I'll make one, the 4th bullet discusses the request by the applicant to remand. That would be, we would ask if the board was deciding to deny the project that be removed. We procedurally, it is not necessary to make a finding to a resolution finding to remand the project. I also wanted to speak to sort of procedurally what the zoning ordinance says about rezones. So under chapter 13063, under zone changes, it speaks to the procedural aspects of processing a zone change. And section E specifically says, following the hearing by the planning commission, the board shall hold a public hearing on the request. The board may approve, modify, or disapprove the recommendation of the commission in part or in whole, provided that the board finds that the proposed text or zone change amendments is consistent with the general plan. Any substantial modification to the proposed request made by the board that was not previously considered by the commission shall be referred back to the commission for further findings and recommendation on that specific modification. So even if your board were to change a project so dramatically that it's sort of not in the same project, it would be
Still
referred
send it
back
back.
to the planning commission. In this instance, staff tried to do what we thought was the right thing, which was when there was discussions about going back to the planning commission to have an alternative project reviewed, that it wasn't staff that made that decision and that it was your board of supervisors that made that decision, because we didn't feel that staff has the ability to take something once it's been recommended by the planning commission and change the course of action. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
All right, okay.
You confused me.
I don't-
I'm sorry.
I'm like, we're all looking at you.
No, you confused me. I
That's
know
all
you're
right,
looking
that's
at
all
me.
right, good.
So you're changing, are you changing your recommendation? Is that,
No.
because the recommendation
Because
from
it's
planning
not-
commission is the same as
still
staff.
staff.
It seemed to be that there was some public
Okay.
comments that weren't sure about the board's authorization. So
Okay.
under that rezone piece, I wanted to acknowledge that it gives the board, you know, the
Ability to do
ability
that.
to both approve, deny the recommendation we're talking about from the planning commission. So you could overturn that and you can support it or you can modify it, even to the extent that it has to go back to the planning commission. In this instance, the applicant is asking for that. So we've included that, but all those other options are available to you as far as, you know, moving forward. And then I would just say that the zoning ordinance also contemplates concurrent applications. And so it says if you're processing multiple applications, they should be processed concurrently. And so in this instance, we have a tentative map, we have a plan development, and we have a rezone. So because the rezone is the highest level entitlement and it requires your board's authorization, the other projects can't be approved without that being moved forward to your board. So, and again, I sort of mentioned earlier, should it have gone back through this, you know, in a revised project that didn't require a rezone and didn't require the plan development, the planning commission then would be the approver, and then only through appeal would your board see that item again. But again, you know, I'm certainly trying to make it clear, but you have three ways of going about this. You can deny I'm going to say them very sort of maybe simply, denying the project with the findings in attachment C. So that's the ordinance of denial. It is approving the project either as proposed by the applicant or modified by your board, but that is in opposition to the recommendation of the planning commission, or remand or refer that project back to the planning commission to be further analyzed in a different configuration. So all three of those are decisions that your board can make. Is that clear? I hope.
And in the agenda item, it's the recommendation from the planning commission and staff are, well, maybe not staff, but planning commission is deny the project and sign a resolution, which would give the option to remand back to the planning commission.
Yes, and I think that we've determined that you actually, if you do the resolution of denial, the project is denied. Staff would ask that, you know, that oftentimes if a project is denied, there's a stay of, I think, a year where they can't resubmit, that you would consider doing that without prejudice, which would allow them to resubmit their application to the planning commission, whatever that application looks like. I don't know that it's been determined. I think the 10 lots is what we've talked about because that was the previously approved project. But I think, yes, so that resolution would allow your board to deny the project.
But on your resolution also, it does say that in accordance with the staff recommendation and request of the applicant, the proposed project is referred to the planning commission to review as a revised project.
And our request is if you're going to deny that, that you would strike that bullet out of the final resolution, because if you're going to remand it to the planning commission, you don't have to make this denial resolution, as I understand it.
Okay.
All right, so.
Do you want me to just make a motion and then you can say yes or no, or
Yeah,
you
okay.
got it?
All right.
I'll try one.
Okay.
I move staff's recommendation to defer back.
So items 1 and 2. Yeah. I'll second that.
That is not
Sorry,
that,
I'm not sure that's what Supervisor Camp intended.
right?
Defer it back to the planning commission is
Right.
my,
But 1 and 2.
Yeah, you're
is what's
denying
correct.
the
Yeah.
project. We're
No,
denying the
no.
project.
no.
I think what Supervisor, Rob outlined 3 options.
yeah.
One of which was to refer it back to the planning commission for consideration of a revised project. Under that scenario, you are not taking action to either approve or deny the project. You are simply referring it back to the planning commission, which, and Rob did note this, but I'll reinforce it. It's actually not unusual. That's happened before. And as Rob read to you, if you wanted to consider the modification that's being discussed, you would likely be precluded from acting on that modification today, because both your ordinance code and the planning and zoning law require that substantial modifications to such a project be referred back to the planning commission. So referring it back to the planning commission,
It's consistent with.
it doesn't, I will admit, it doesn't happen frequently,
It does not.
but it has happened before. And it is entirely in line with what your ordinance and the planning and zoning law contemplate. So again, that was I think the third option that Rob outlined for you.
So, yeah, so that, I don't think that's what you didn't intend for what's in here is denial. You intended
To refer it back.
to refer it back to remanding.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what he was making a motion for, was to remand it back.
Okay.
Does anyone want to second that?
Well, I mean, the planning commission already denied it. I'd like to go on record, so the planning commission hears me. I'm not in favor of that project. It's 20 homes.
Well, they're not gonna entertain that.
No,
I think they know if
Okay.
they go back
All
to
right.
that, that ain't gonna happen.
okay.
That-
Um,
that's-
It sounds safe. I'll second that.
All right, then I'm gonna make a second motion. I'm going to move that we, do, approve this as written here, deny in number one, and adopt in number two, and add without prejudice though, so that the applicant can bring back a project sooner.
May I request that, to the extent that incorporates the resolution attached, that the fourth bullet point that Rob referenced be
Remove it.
stricken from that, since I believe your intent is to deny it without prejudice. The applicant would then have the opportunity to reapply and go through the typical process.
Yeah,
And I'll second that motion.
all right.
So we take the second motion first. All those in favor of the second motion by saying aye? Aye.
No,
No,
All opposed? So I guess we go to the first.
where's Brooke?
Yeah. So we'll go to the first motion. So all those in favor by saying aye?
Hi.
All
No,
those opposed? No.
so now what?
Well, it requires the affirmative vote of a majority of this board to take action. So as it stands, without the affirmative vote of majority of the board, there is no action to approve the project as presented to you today. Again, this is, so there's simply no action on the project, which would have the same effect as denial.
All right. So the same effect as denying the project, is
Denial of
what
the
you're saying.
project.
Yes, but without the
Option to
Well,
remand
for-
back to the.
with the formalities of the findings associated with it, it's simply no action.
No action. Okay, that makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'll clarify the concept of the resubmission without prejudice that Rob acknowledged. I could be wrong, but it's my recollection that the zoning ordinance precludes resubmitting the same application within 1 year from the
Mhm.
date of denial. I don't believe it would prejudice an applicant from submitting a revised application.
Mhm.
In the past, as Rob noted, when the board has wanted to ensure that the applicant had opportunities to resubmit a project that may be denied by the board, it's made that express statement that the denial is without prejudice to later resubmission. But I think that was just to ensure that that everybody was understood what was happening. I don't believe it's required again. If I believe the zoning ordinance allows for resubmission of a revised application even within 1 year from the date of denial.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, I got, so item 32, closed session. Are we gonna have any report out on that, Dave?
No, sir.
Oh, no report out. So I guess we can go ahead and do our twos and froms now.
Yeah.
And you want to go ahead
Sure,
first?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm a short week, attended the LAFCO meeting last week and had the honor of attending the 60th anniversary for the Tasmanian Devil Swim Club. Swim Club in
Cool.
El Dorado Hill's been in existence for
That's cool.
60
I
years.
know.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
It's almost as old as I am.
Yeah, Yeah, I used to think 60 was such a long time until this prior July when I turned 60. But anyways, yeah, got to recognize their efforts and honor their current president, Ben Glickman, for being just such a great advocate for that program that's been in existence for so long. And that is it.
Okay. Supervisor.
yeah,
Eric?
the 23rd had a meeting with DOT staff. Appreciate that as usual. Supervisor Ferraro alluded to LAFCO, which some of us participated in. On the 24th, there was a special meeting of the Greater Sacramento Area Economic Council where they announced the award of the top economic development agency in the country.
Wow.
Awarded. So that was that. On the 24th, I had a meeting with the new GM from EID, Pravani Vandiyar. I would encourage all of you to reach out and meet and discuss her background and so forth and her vision for EID. On the 28th, meeting with Building and Planning, thank them for that. CAO meeting regarding today's agenda, and then a meeting with the library director.
Okay. Let's see, last Wednesday, we had our RCRC Executive Committee meeting. I had to check in on our strategic plan. Also, a reminder that the RCRC annual meeting's coming up. And so I'm reminding everybody that we got to make a El Dorado County basket to be auctioned off. So I did send an email, I think, to all of you, BCC, so that you have the rules. And if you can help me gather things for our basket, August is going to fly by, and I always end up rushing to pull things together. So if you have any connections or ideas, please let me know. And then last Thursday, we had the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency Governing Board meeting. And we got a couple updates that anytime now, the round 2 of the We Prosper Together grant money should be announced. And El Dorado County, the Job Training Agency, was supporting El Dorado County for a working lands pipeline management plan. So we're hoping that we get that. And the other thing that the Job Training Agency is supporting El Dorado County in is our probation department put in an application for some Prop 47 funding. And if they're awarded, they will be doing an assessment and re-entry hub. So hopefully we get awarded those grants to do those programs. And then later on in the day, I went down to the Cleaner Air Partnership Luncheon, where Kathleen Aziz from SACOG was there. And she gave an update on how the outreach is going with their mobility zones. In El Dorado County, we do have a mobility zone. It's up in Georgetown, Paloma Lotus. So I'm going to follow up with Kathleen to see how that's going, because I've heard some people say they didn't hear about them until afterwards. So I just want to check in with her on that. The So Far Steering Committee met yesterday, basically talking about, we just had a conversation about some topics for the upcoming collaborative meeting, which will probably, after the fire season is usually when they do a meeting together. And then the recent announcements of the reorganization at USDA and the Forest Service is, causing a lot of angst, but at the same time, it's an opportunity. So we're trying to put the silver good spin on things like that. And then lastly, last night, our planning staff, I guess long-range planning staff technically, ran our second workshop for the Shingle Springs Design Standards. It was fairly well attended, and staff had us break out into groups and talk about specific things that are being proposed in the design standards, and everybody really enjoyed that activity. So I feel that staff is getting their feet on the ground for how the rest of the communities are going to go. This process is moving along quickly and should be at the board of supervisors in January to approve Shingle Springs, and then they'll move on. And we anticipate the more they do, the faster they're going to go. So it's very exciting. That's it.
Okay. And all I have is the LAPCO meeting that we had and met with a lot of department heads and stuff during this week. So
Very
anyway,
good.
that's all I have.
All right. Turn back to one other final thing. I did do a little bit of research on convenience stores that sell alcohol. There's a 600-foot ABC setback regulated by the state of California. So obviously that would include that they've got cigarettes as well, but it's strictly liquor.
Yeah.
There are guidelines for tobacco and looking.
Yeah,
for-
there's also on
I think there's one for gasoline also. right?
gasoline, yeah.
EPA has.
Yeah, anywhere from 500 to 1,000 feet, and it's air quality is what it is. So, yeah, which we talked about. Okay.
I
all
have
right.
just a couple of updates.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that, Laura.
That's okay. Just a reminder, we are dark next week. And I have been asked to read the following from the Sheriff's Department. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the Sheriff's Office is going to be conducting a test of the emergency notification system. So if you sign up at ready.edso.org before then, you will get a test alert sent to the devices you choose. Signing up ensures you get timely notifications to your cell phone, landline, and email in the event of an actual emergency, such as evacuation, shelter in place, or other actions during incidents, including wildfires, hazmat spills, landslides, or an active shooter. If you are signed up for alerts and do not receive the test alert or have any comments, questions, or concerns, please contact the sheriff's office at emergencyinfo@edso.org or 530-621-5895. So again, tomorrow's alert is just a test.
Okay.
Very good.
So anyway, thank you on that. So, all right, so item 32, conference of real property negotiators. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We
on
are
this
now
closed
taking,
session item.
we are now taking public comment specifically regarding closed session. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I ran out of the room. Is this closed session item?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to mention that if this property ends up being a low income housing project, I'm going to hold every one of you accountable for if that happens on that property, because we don't know what you're doing inside a closed session with negotiating with the state, and the state owns that project. They're being so irresponsible with the property that they own. So I just hope that you have the public's best interest and the people that live in that area and the commerce and all the other things. You know, all the issues with that property, and the state doesn't care. The fire departments come against that kind of development there. The traffic can't handle that there. And so we don't know what you're doing. I'm just making a guess, but I hope that that does not come out of this closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Chris Payne again. Sue's commented earlier, I commented earlier on consent item 3. It seemed like once the public had commented on consent calendar 3, that there wasn't any follow-up discussion. It didn't get pulled off, obviously. And now you're going into closed session with you could have been clearer in terms of what your intent is. I'm not sure what your intent is. All I know is I was there as a public employee on the property for almost 2 years, and I know the situation and I know this property. And it's confusing how you can go and negotiate something without being fully transparent and full and clear in terms of what the expectation is. As you know, my group purchased the old post office, and we bought it with knowing that there was a lot of questions unanswered. It was buying it as is. Is that the situation here? Is it the state comes in and they're buying this as is? Or are there arrangements behind the scenes between the properties in terms of this property versus other properties that the county may have an interest? That's what we're saying, the public is saying. What's the situation? Why are we doing this now? This is a complete surprise. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so we'll head to closed session.